And the ownership there, I can't. Someone's got to be asking some very tough questions, and in my opinion, there should be no more reviled figure right now in baseball than the ownership in Miami. That said, the other side of this, the real legit baseball side, is the most competitive division in baseball just got more competitive because the Blue Jays have joined the party in a big way.
Yeah, and what do you think of the players that are left there? What are they saying?
Well, there's only one player left there.
I mean, they got more than one. Can they field a team right now?
Well, I can tell you, Giancarlo Stanton is the only guy you ever heard of who's left there, and he tweeted, "All right, I'm ticked off." And I'm cleaning up that word. He didn't say ticked. All right, I'm ticked off, plain and simple. That's what he tweeted yesterday, and it's easy to understand why.
Well, yeah, and just think about this. If you have players that are available, in other words, free agent players, they're looking at that situation and going, why do I want to go there? They're not going to try to build a team. And if you make too much money, they're obviously going to get rid of you. So, when you do things like this, not only does it affect the fans, it affects the locker room. I mean, what are the guys? Now, if you're a young player, you're going, I get to play.
Right.
And so you're excited about that. But this thing's all about winning in the division you're in. Every year you always look at your team and you ask yourself this question: how can we compete within the division? Whether it's football, basketball, it's very important in your conference and your divisions. What are we doing to get better? Well, right now, we have to figure out what is their plan. What is their plan? We don't know that yet.
It's the Marlins. Their plan was to get rid of as much money as they could, and they did that, and that's what everybody's talking about this morning, which is brought to you by Barbasol. Barbasol Shaving Cream, America's leader for a close, comfortable shave, better by Barbasol. All right, so as long as we have been having Herman on this program, and we've always had a lot of fun, I've always loved it. Whenever I see an anonymous quote, Herman always says the same thing.
Oh, put your name on it. Please, players, put your name on it. Stand up and say, I feel this way. I'm player X, and guess what? Tim Tebow's not a starting quarterback. Mark Sanchez gives us the best ability to win football games. And this whole team now, it's in a little bit of an uproar. You can see the swelling. These guys had high expectations coming off, training camp, thinking that they could compete in this division. And right now they sit there, at 3-6. It's tough.
Let's go back, though, before we get to the specifics of this story, and let's get to the bigger picture. You were a head coach in the NFL a long time. Before that, you were a player. When you would see anonymous quotes, when you were a head coach and you saw a player quoted anonymously in the newspaper, you pick up a New York paper, a Kansas City paper, and you read, anonymous player X has said this about you or about a teammate, what would you do?
Well, first of all, you try to find out the players that are talking about it, and then you would call the team in and basically say, and I would show it to them. Because basically I never read the stuff. I've always had the public relation guy come talk to me and say, Coach, this is what's going on out here right now. Okay, fine. I'll put an end to this. Bring the team in together, kind of show them our article, highlight some things about anonymous and say, look, I believe this, man. Freedom of speech. I'm not trying to tell you what to say, but make sure you put your name on it. If you're going to talk about this football team and about what we do here with players, that's my job. That's my job to do that. It's not your job.
What is your thought? How would you characterize a person, a player in this case, an NFL player, who will talk badly about, who will trash the organization and trash a member of the team and not put his name on it?
Well, you're not professional. And I've always said this, we want to be respected, but then you got to show respect. And if you don't like the way things are going with this football team, it's real simple. Let's go win a game. If you win a game, you're not talking about this. You're really not. This is not an issue. But right now it becomes an issue because the swell for Tim Tebow to play is out there in the media now. And the players are trying to defend that. They're trying to really defend Mark Sanchez, saying, Mark Sanchez is the best quarterback. He's a starting quarterback. He should be the quarterback. That's fine. But you don't need to go to the media with that.
I don't even know if that's what they're trying to do, but whatever it is they're trying to do, there was a story in this morning's New York Daily News, and the copy they printed for me, it doesn't have the writer, but I assume it's Manish Mehta. What's that? Is it? I'm assuming it's Manish Mehta. Mm-hmm. Anyway, he covers the Jets for the Daily News, and he's very good. He has extremely good sources. He's a guy that I know, and I follow him on Twitter, and he's very, very good. So his stuff is good. If he's quoting this stuff, then this stuff is solid gold. He's getting it. And I am in no way criticizing him for printing it. That's what you do. You print this stuff when you are him, okay? And stop saying 10 seconds in my ear. We still have 2 minutes left, okay? So the New York Daily News today has a story with a variety of anonymous quotes about different players in the New York Jets organization ripping Tim Tebow. Now, the Jets are a bad football team. They were poorly constructed before the season began, and I've been telling you that since July in our Stone Cold Lead Pipe, or not that, but in our two-a-days. Before the season began, I told you I thought they were going to be 6-10 because I looked at the quality of talent on the team, and I said, this is not a winning football team. But this now has taken a whole new level. Here are some quotes. This is about Tim Tebow. He is terrible. Do you know who that quote is attributed to? A defensive starter.
How about that?
A defensive starter told the Daily News, quote, he is terrible. How about another one? Could the Jets win with Tebow? Do I have to answer that? We don't look at him as a quarterback, said a veteran starter. Here's another one. Hell no, a starter said. You've got to keep defenses honest. You can't line up in the Wildcat all the time. That won't work. Here's another one. We can't win running that blank. Do you know who that's attributed to? A player.
A player.
Now we're depending on miracles attributed to a member of the organization. You can't play that way. Someone else in the organization defending Mark Sanchez says, look at some of the players he's throwing to. It's garbage. I've seen better receiving corps in college than we have. Do you know who that's attributed to? A Jets official. There's like 5 different anonymous quotes in one story criticizing Tebow and criticizing the receiving corps and basically ripping the team apart. Okay, this is a group that is now falling apart completely, and they are hiding behind anonymous quotes. Again, the writer is doing exactly what he should do, but they are hiding behind anonymous quotes. This is cowardice at its highest level. This is a team on the verge of falling apart, and it is a complete embarrassment. I have more thoughts. We're back in 3 minutes on Mike and Mike. If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the Radio Mike upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into L.A. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove.
Nice pass.
But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Tonight on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. UCLA holds a half-game lead over USC when they face off at the Rose Bowl this weekend.
Touchdown!
The winner comes away with the Pac-12 South Division title and will advance to the Pac-12 title game. The 18th-ranked USC Trojans at the 17th-ranked UCLA Bruins, Saturday at 2 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Jimmy Johnson has hit the wall. Keselowski threads the needle as cars crash to the checkered flag.
With chase tensions at their peak, Brad Keselowski, the brash, fearless challenger, tries to hold off Jimmy Johnson, the 5-time champ. One race to determine the championship and earn a spot in history. The Ford EcoBoost 400 at Homestead, Miami, Sunday at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN.
I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike at 6:30, ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Account Temps, the world leader in specialized financial staffing. 24 locations in the New York City area to serve you. They provide flexible staffing solutions to businesses of all sizes. A Robert Half company. Knicks last night did it again, 5-0.
Kid throws in Anthony, left of the circle, screen, one dribble, pulls up, and buries the triple. Carmelo Anthony with a cold-blooded shot to give the Knicks a 9-point lead.
The Knicks a cold-blooded 5-0. Spiro Ditas here on ESPN New York. Melo finished with 25. J.R. Smith, Raymond Felton, 21 apiece. The Knicks beat the Magic 99-89. The Nets a winner as well. They're 2 games over 500. They've won 3 straight, beat the Cavaliers 114-101. Nets, the Brooklyn backcourt getting it done. D. Will, 26. Joe Johnson scored 25. Jets release Aaron Mabin. Phil Simms says Eli Manning is not elite. And several Jets unnamed sound off on Tim Tebow to the Daily News. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and Mike in our Sports Center brought to you by Discover. Now through December, Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online and at department stores on up to $1,500 in purchases. Sign up for 5% now at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. It pays to switch. It pays to Discover. My buddy Herman Edwards in all morning long with his Subway Fresh take all around the NFL and much, much more in for Golic today. And let's get back to it here. Again, it's one thing to be bad. A lot of teams in the NFL are bad. You're heading into bad places. But the New York Jets, who, as anyone who listens to this show knows, are the team that I root for and have spent my whole life rooting for, have now descended into an area that is so embarrassing, I don't even know how to describe it. You have a story in today's New York Daily News, and I've read you just little tiny pieces of the quotes from it this morning, but you have to see it, in which a minimum of 5 different anonymous sources are quoted as trashing Tim Tebow and trashing, in one case, the receiving corps of the team and not putting their name to it, as Herman Edwards always says. Let me make it 100% clear. The writer is doing exactly what he should do.
Yes.
Manish Mehta is an excellent reporter. I know him. He does a great job. These are 100. I guarantee you the quotes are solid gold. He's printing the stuff. These guys said it. The fault here is on them. The fault is on the Jets' anonymous player, the defensive starter who said of Tim Tebow, he's terrible. The veteran starter who said, do I have to answer that question? We don't look at him as a quarterback. Another starter who said, hell no, you can't line up in the Wildcat all the time. That won't work. Another player who said, we can't win running that blank. And then an organization, a Jets official who said, look at the players Sanchez is throwing to. It's garbage. I've seen better receiving corps in college than we have on our team. The Jets have now descended from just a bad football team, of which there are many, into a just complete mess. And the truth is, when you bring people into your organization, players into your organization with no regard to character, which is what the Jets have done for the last several years. Say that again and underline it. No regard for character. Then this is what happens. When the ship starts sinking, everybody starts jumping off. Herman, what do you think?
Well, you make a good point, and you go back to last year. They had locker room problems last year. We know that. And
the only one who didn't know it was the head coach.
Well, and this year you sit here again, and you have to realize when you bring Tim Tebow in, and we said this from the beginning, you're not just bringing in a football player, you're bringing in a celebrity. And what does that do to your locker room, especially when you're losing? When you're winning, it's fine. It kind of gets mushed over. But right now they're losing. Everyone's saying the same thing. Why doesn't Tim Tebow play? So the players are trying to really say, no, Mark Sanchez is the best option for us right now. But the problem for the head coach, and these guys really like Rex Ryan, and they should. He's a player's coach. You love to play for a guy like this. Now Rex has to go before the press and talk about this article today. I mean, rather than to get ready for St. Louis, now he's trying to put out another fire in the locker room. So this becomes the head coach's problem, not so much the locker room's problem anymore. They've said their piece, but the head coach has to answer this now. He's going to go in the press conference today, not even talking about they got to play the Rams on a road game. It's really about who are the players? Why are the players saying this? He's going to answer questions for about 30, 45 minutes. I've sat in that room now. This never happened in my locker room because the one thing you said before, character players understand this. When it gets going tough like this, they've got to stick together rather than pull each other apart. And then this team right now is fractured.
Now, there are 2 players in the article who are quoted and at least put their name to it. And one of them is Matt Slauson. Matt Slauson, who is an offensive guard, said on the question mark between Sanchez and Tebow, he said, quote, it's not even close. All the other quarterbacks know it. I have all the confidence in Mark. We don't really have a choice. Now, that quote in and of itself is fine. He took it a bit far, if you ask me, because it says when asked about the team's 2 other quarterbacks on the depth chart, Slauson said, well, we have Greg and we have an athlete. So he's just knocking Tebow also. He's just ripping Tim Tebow For what reason, I really don't know. Mike DeVito was a defensive lineman on the Jets who said about Tebow, Tebow's legs provide a tempting alternative. Quote, that's the real threat he brings. He's a winner. If he stays on the field long enough, good things usually happen. So the one person I don't fault in this is DeVito. DeVito's quotes are fine. Slauson, at least he put his name to it, as you would say. The others, the defensive starter who said he's terrible, but whatever you do, don't tell anyone who said this. Whatever you do, make sure, hey, Manish, whatever you do, don't tell anyone who it was that said this. Don't tell anyone who said this. You know, that to me is the lowest. I can't even imagine anything lower than that. Now, look, whatever's going on inside that locker room, I don't know. I'm not there. And whatever reason it is that players have decided they feel they need to go off on Tim Tebow, whether it's because they feel some loyalty to Sanchez or whatever the case is. But the point is, what is it they always say? Adversity reveals character.
Yes, yeah.
It doesn't create character. It reveals character. Well, as you said, when you're winning, everything's easy.
Everything's good.
Everything's fun. When you're losing, you reveal who you really are. And right now, these guys are revealing who they really are.
Yeah, and you know, what you got to realize is this. The greatest challenge for a football team is to determine what's important. And this is not important. What's important right now is for them to prepare themselves to play the Rams. That's probably the most important thing for a football team. It's not about evaluating Tim Tebow. They have scouts in this organization. Coaches in this organization brought Tim Tebow to this football team. That's up to them to use Tim Tebow how they'd like to use him. It's not for the players to comment. And if you're Rex, that's probably the conversation he's going to have today before they go to practice. Hey, man, let me tell you something. I just spent 40 minutes explaining why we brought Tim Tebow here. We don't need to talk about that. Let's prepare ourselves for the Rams. That's the most important thing. These players have put the coach in a bad spot.
They've put everyone in a bad spot. And, again, if you tell me, now you know I am a little bit emotional on the subject, and I'm a little aggravated as it is with the way my season has gone. There's nothing worse, and I tweeted this yesterday, than that moment when the realization sinks in. I appear with my buddy Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York every Tuesday. Mike and I tape our football show, and then I go into my office and I sit down and I call those guys and we talk generally about the Jets, but about anything that's going on for about 15 minutes. And we had a 15-minute conversation about the Jets yesterday. And when I hung up, I was so depressed because, you know, football is that sport that you wait all that time. You know, the season ends generally for your, you know, unless your team goes all the way, season ends like right around New Year's. And then you wait. You get that little excitement, that flurry around free agency. You get another little flurry at the draft. But generally, you just wait. You wait through January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. It's finally here. I'm so excited. Here we go. And now here we are. It's the beginning of November. It's over. It's done. It's finished. I'm waiting now another 10 months at minimum. And that realization sunk in yesterday. And, Herman, it stinks. It leaves you feeling sick.
Well, Greeny, it's not over.
It's over.
No, it's not. In your mind,
as over can be.
In your mind, it's over. But for this organization and for these football players, it shouldn't be over. At 3-6, it should not be over. They're responsible for this, to win football games. That's why they're there.
Right.
And what they've got to realize now, it's not Tim Tebow. The Tim Tebow conversation will not help them win or lose. But they got to get focused on one thing. Win a football game this week. It doesn't matter what your record is right now. It really doesn't. You're a professional football player. Your job is to go win games. Your job is to prepare to win games. The fans, they want to see that. When they walk into the stadium, they want to see professional football players play. They want to see that. They can care less about your record. Your record will take care of itself. They're 3-6. How many games can they win from this point on? That's probably the most important thing. All the rest of this stuff, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
I understand that, but there was
to
also
the fans it matters. To you it matters. I understand that.
All I am is a fan, so I understand that. If I were there, if I were one of them, if my job was to try and win on Sunday, then I would agree with you completely. I do agree with you completely. But my point is, from where I'm sitting, all I am is a fan. You know that. I used to yell at you when you were the coach of the Jets.
Yell at me now. It's all good.
So the point is, I can do nothing but just sit here now and wait and stew and be depressed. But at least they could give you something to make you feel a little better. Feel like they feel bad. You know what they're doing? They're pointing fingers. This is, well, it's not my fault.
Right.
I don't care what. Are we bad? Absolutely. But look, it's that guy. I mean, listen, Tim Tebow, he stinks. Our receivers, they stink. It's their fault. It's not mine. It's obviously not mine. Here's a bunch of guys pointing fingers directly at others about why this thing is going so bad. As I said before, when you bring people into any organization, I don't care if this is football or outside of sports, it's business, it's whatever it is. When you bring in people with no regard to their character, then when things start to go bad, they will be jumping off the ship immediately, and that is what is happening.
And the problem is they had issues with this last year. And obviously, there's still some of the players on this ship, as you want to call it, that are in the locker room stirring it up. They're worried about their own individual time and how they're being viewed rather than let's stick together on this. It doesn't matter if Tim Tebow plays or not. We've got to go win a football game. You'll be surprised. If you just win a game, all this kind of goes away. And that's what they need to concentrate on right now.
All right. I think I'm going to ask for your help this morning. I think I'm going to require some help this morning to talk me off a ledge. I can tell you we have John Gruden coming up 7:15 Eastern this morning. Mark Schlereth in our studio. Hines Ward today. Shefty today. Tom Green, the coach of the #1 college basketball team in America, 9:15 Eastern this morning, and Herbie on all the college football. But up next, I will require your help. Here, Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Get the new Black & Decker Gyro screwdriver. It's the world's first motion-activated screwdriver that controls variable speed and direction.
The Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show.
With the way the New York Knicks are playing, if Melo continues to flow like this, which he is fully capable of, and they win basketball games, how can you possibly eliminate him from MVP conversation?
I think he's
in the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate argument because I think the Knicks are going to be fighting for one of those top couple seeds in the East.
I agree.
The Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show from 1 to 3, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip or 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Colin Cowherd's top 10 teams in the NFL. It's the Herd Hierarchy. Number 10.
I'm down on San Francisco more than other people.
Number 9.
I'm not sure I've had New England this low ever.
Number 8.
Seattle is 5-0 at home.
Number 7.
Green Bay's fun to watch. They depend far too much on Aaron Rodgers.
Number 6.
Atlanta lost. They still lack a toughness, though they're probably going to get home games in the playoffs.
Number 5.
I continue to like a Bears team, which hung tough with maybe the best team in the league, Houston.
Number 4.
Listen, this is what happens to the New York Giants. They win in October. They struggle in November.
Number 3.
Denver Broncos, they're destroying people. They can run the football. Peyton Manning's having an MVP season.
Number 2.
I think people are sleeping on Pittsburgh.
Number 1.
Give it to Houston. 8-1, first time in franchise history. 4-0 on the road.
Catch the Herd Hierarchy every Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio, E60 profile quarterback Matthew Stafford. He hears the Lions roar and also his critics.
It was intimidating a little bit. Honestly, I've been on winning teams everywhere I'd ever been, and I just wanted to be a part of the change. I knew it wasn't going to happen overnight.
Plus, a father and son shared their experience of visiting all 32 NFL stadiums with wounded military veterans.
He told me it was the best day he's ever had since his injury, and one of the best days of his life. For him to say something like that to me, it hit me right here.
When veterans return from war, they battle depression and post-traumatic stress. How some found peace in calming waters.
You look up and you see a guy with either no legs or one leg or missing an arm. It was just a thought in my mind of how I could help a couple of people.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
He sent you.
Good morning, I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. It is 6:45, ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer, where you can lease a 2013 Sonata for just $179 a month. Hurry, the savings at every turn sales event ends October 31st. Call 1-877-216-4114 for lease details. Knicks are now 5-0. They've won each game by double digits, 99-89 against the Magic last night. 25 points for Carmelo Anthony. Mike Woodson joined Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco this afternoon. The Nets are 2 games over 500 for the first time in 2 years. They beat the Cavaliers 114-101. 3 straight in the win column for Brooklyn. 26 for Darren Williams, 25 for Joe Johnson. The Jets release Aaron Maben. Jose Reyes goes to the Blue Jays. I'm Jared Max.
The Knicks remain the NBA's lone unbeaten. How far can this team rise? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco to talk about it at 2:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
That's got us asking questions like, who's got the better backup?
The conversation starts there at 7:15 Eastern with Monday Night Football's John Gruden.
Just part of what's in store for today's Mike and Mike in the Morning.
We'll ask him about anonymous quotes as well. Herman Edwards in our studio this morning reading through a story today filled with anonymous quotes of New York Jets players ripping Tim Tebow. It's become now just an abject embarrassment, and I threw that thought out there. And look at Herman, look at people jumping in. We do the Subway Fresh Tweet. It's brought to you by Subway. At Subway, try a delicious steak, egg white, and cheese made just the way you say. But football fans know how I feel. And Herman, again, I have total respect for the fact that football was your business for so many years. Between playing and coaching, what were you in the league, 30 years, close to it?
Yes.
30 years. So to you, it's not over. But if you're a fan and your team is done, it's in its own way, it's kind of over.
I know what you're saying. I know. I get it.
A little part of you has died.
I get it.
Because of where your season has gone. And I'm just reading some of these. Tyler T., how do you think Browns fans feel? Our season's over all the time. At least you get to wait till November. Gus writes, as a diehard Bills fan, I feel the same way. Sunday killed me. It sunk in another lost season, and the long wait to September begins. Let's see here. Eric Watkins talking about the Jets. The wide receiver's fault. Wow, great quarterbacks make wide receivers, not the other way around. Tom Dublin, does that defensive starter remember how that terrible quarterback ran all over them last year? That's the same Tim Tebow who beat the Jets last year, beat this defense, and this defensive starter now quoted as saying he's terrible. Again, you have to read the story in today's New York Daily News with multiple anonymous sources. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I know sometimes I am the master of the overstatement. Can you describe a person who would say this, who would say he's terrible about one of your teammates, but then make sure his name does not get associated with that? Would the word sniveling coward be too strong a way to describe that? Am I overstating it with the word sniveling coward? But I'm putting my name on that, okay? So the defensive starter, Mr. Big Tough Guy, I'm a big, rough, tough football player. Boy, I'm a tough football player. I'm a defensive starter in the NFL. But you know what? I'm not. I'm Mike Greenberg, and I'm not tough in any way. But you know what? I say things, and I put my name on it. So if you said he's terrible and you won't put your name on it, then in my opinion, you're much, much, much less tough than I am.
Well, and I think it says a lot about who you are as a person, too. And you're right in your character. The one thing you do know, you realize this in this locker room when you're a professional football player. It is not a given right to play in the National Football League. It's a privilege, and the guys that are in that locker room have done enough to be a part of this football team. It's not your decision on who plays and who doesn't play. And if you're a starter, you got to realize you got to act that way, and especially when you speak, because words are powerful. And when you start ripping your own teammates, this is not Tim Tebow's fault. Tim Tebow didn't request to be traded to the New York Jets. All right, the Jets went
Unless
out
he sort of did, but
well,
that's,
he did,
that's
but
neither here nor there. Yeah. I know what you mean.
You know
I know
what
what you mean.
So
yes.
it's not Tim Tebow's fault. It's really not. Tim Tebow is Tim Tebow. One thing about him, he's Tim Tebow. He is who he is, whether you like him or not. And if you have a problem with him, well, go say that. Say that to Tim Tebow. But you don't have to bring it to, publicly, because here's what happens. Again, I'm telling you right now, Rex is put in a bad spot. He's put in a bad spot. And you like your coach. I mean, these players like their coach, and they should. But why would you want to do this to your football coach? You're doing it. This is hurting your football coach more than anybody else, because he's the one who's going to have to deal with it. He's going to stand before the masses today and talk about this. This is the last thing he wants to talk about. His focus is in trying to beat the Rams.
Well, we'll see where the whole thing winds up going. Again, we'll have our friend John Gruden coming up live here in 25 minutes, and we'll get his perspective on all of this. And we always want to hear from you here at Mike and Mike, all the ESPN Radio fan feedback presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every 1-800-Flowers.com order is backed by their 100% smile guarantee. For special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. You know what I wanted to set like a little therapy group. All right? And, Herman, you're going to be the therapist.
Oh, boy.
And we're going to throw this open now to everybody across America because, as I said, yesterday that realization really hit me. I'm done. Again, as a fan, I'm done. I'm a sportscaster. I watch all the games. I love all the games. I love professional football probably as much as I love anything on the planet besides my family. So I will watch every game, and I will enjoy doing it. But as far as my intense, passionate fandom for my team, my season's over. And so are a lot of other people's. So, Herman, I'm going to make you the doctor today.
Okay.
You're going to be the therapist, and we're going to throw this open primarily on chatter. So let's open up the phone lines right now. 740-535-6453. If your team is done, call in and tell us how you're feeling.
Put your name on it, too, please.
Put your name on it. That's exactly right. That's the first thing. I want your name. I want your first name, and I want what team you root for. And then tell us why you feel it's over and how it makes you feel emotionally. How are you feeling this morning emotionally that your season is over? And then we will let Herman, you're going to have to – I'm going to put this to the great – because you're a great motivator, right? You're a motivational speaker par excellence. But I'm going to put your talents to the ultimate test because you're going to have to lift me up, and you're going to have to lift football fans all across America up this morning.
Well, I know this. And you understand this, too, about what I'm about to say. Yeah. This will be great with the fans. But remember this. Some people even find fault in vacations now. So, okay? Yeah. Even though people go on vacation, they'll find a fault in it.
Right.
So I'm going to take this for what it's worth.
Okay.
When we talk about these teams.
That said, I want you to help talk everybody back into some semblance of feeling better. I will also take your thoughts on Twitter this morning. If your season is over, if you're a football fan like I am, if you live and die with a team like I do, and your season is over and you are staring right now at a long, cold winter, Thanksgiving is next week. Now we're staring at, that march up to the holidays. Then you got January, February, March. It's going to be cold. It's going to be miserable. It's not until next September that your team will kick off in a meaningful game. If you're feeling as empty inside as I am, you can tweet me at ESPN Greeny, and I will read them to Herman. You can call us on chatter, 740-535-6453. We'll get on the couch, and Dr. Edwards will talk us off. How should I feel? You tell me why I should feel better.
You're going to feel a whole lot better.
Why? Give me one reason right now.
Because we're going to solve your problem.
How?
We're going to solve your problem.
Let's stop talking about it in the future. Let's do it right now.
We're going to let you pick another team. But the problem is, the team you get to pick now, those fans are going to really be outraged because they don't want the Greeny Jinx on them.
That was my original idea, was that I was going to pick another. When I was a little kid, the Jets were always terrible. In the 70s, the Jets were always bad. So I had to pick another team to root for also that had a chance to win. You needed someone to root for in the playoffs. And the team I loved was the Oakland Raiders. I loved those guys. I loved John Madden, Ken Stabler, Otis Sistrunk, Lyle Alzado, Gene Upshaw, Art Shell, on and on it goes. Neil Colsey.
Oh, Neil Colsey.
George Atkinson.
Oh, I remember those guys.
Obviously, Jack Tatum, Phil Valapiano.
Yeah.
I loved that team. And I thought I would come in here and say I want to do that again now, but I can't do it. I can't do it.
You got to stick with my team. The Jets are your team.
This is my team. I'm not going anywhere.
Good. Yeah.
So
that's the first thing. We got you back.
Now I need you to talk me off the ledge. I need you, and you're going to create a therapy session for everybody here today to make you feel a little better if your season is over. We'll do that. We'll bring John Gruden into the conversation. Buster will jump in a couple of minutes here to try and explain if there is something that we're missing of why this is not a complete abject disgrace, what has happened in Miami. And Kobe Bryant weighs in on what might be the most uncomfortable family situation that we have ever seen in sports. All that and a whole lot more as we get this thing revved up next. I'm Mike and Mike.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
You know, I've always found it interesting when the rich father hands his sons the business, how it works out. George Steinbrenner, Dr. Jerry Buss with the Lakers. Sometimes it works. But the one thing the kids of the rich dad don't have is that hunger, is that thirst, is that fear, is that desperation. It's funny about that whole thing. Proximity doesn't really guarantee greatness. It's about that relentless 24/7 drive. There is something about the rich dad, no matter if he passes on the DNA, there is something about him, a fight, a focus, a fear, whatever it is, an it quality that is almost impossible to replicate.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
In one of the biggest games of the year, two hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I think Sham Newton, bust. It's happening. Not there yet. I'm calling it. Not going to work.
I'm not buying it, man, and I don't know what it is.
If you're a quarterback, you are the eyes and the voice and the head, the CEO of your football team.
The only thing I control, sweetheart, is myself.
Superman poses down by 28. Just how bad is your judgment?
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
Sports news happens fast.
The Lakers' search for a new head coach is over, and the team has hired Mike D'Antoni to replace the fired Mike Brown.
An incredible fight ensued. The crew for Boyer pinned down Jeff Gordon on the ground.
Texas A&M knocks off #1 Alabama,
when
29.
The latest scores, updates, or breaking news. Turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
All right, I've gone through all the tracks. Just move through the beats. Do your thing.
All right, everyone, let's hear it for West High's own Brooke Turner, a.k.a. DJ Hook.
Scratching at my first school dance takes confidence. So getting into college, I've got what it takes. So do you.
Visit knowhowtogo.org to learn what you should be doing right now to prepare for college. Start taking the steps at knowhowtogo.org. Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation, and the Ad Council.
York.
Every hour starts with SportsCenter. Blockbuster trade in baseball. Many will describe this purely as a salary dump by the Marlins. We'll get Buster Olney's thoughts live in just a minute as they trade away Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, Mark Burley, John Buck, and Emilio Bonifacio. Basically everybody but Giancarlo Stanton to the Toronto Blue Jays, and don't get back anybody you've ever heard of. We'll get Buster's thoughts in a moment. Also, Davey Johnson, Bob Melvin voted managers of the year. Knicks remain the only unbeaten in the NBA. They beat the Magic 99-89. Spurs dropped the Lakers 84-82. You'll hear from new Lakers coach Mike D'Antoni in a moment. Raptors beat the Spurs by 2, 74-72, despite only scoring 5 points in the fourth quarter. Weird stat. Deron Williams had 26. Nets beat the Cavaliers. College basketball, Michigan beats Cleveland State. Duke over Kentucky. Michigan State over Kansas. And Ben Roethlisberger's injury just diagnosed as a shoulder sprain, but I believe the expectation is you will not see him this weekend against Baltimore. It will be Byron Leftwich as their starter. And that is SportsCenter, brought to you by Black & Decker. Hold the future in the palm of your hand with the all-new Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. It's the world's first motion-activated screwdriver that controls variable speed and direction. Log on to ESPNradio.com for your chance to win your very own Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Back in better than ever. Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and live on TV on ESPN2. Presented by Progressive Insurance. And pleased to present Herman Edwards in studio all morning long. We've got him sort of in the therapist's role. I have opened up the couch. I threw it out on Twitter at ESPN Greeny. We've thrown open the chatter lines right now at 740-535-6453. Just laid out on the couch. Yep. My team is done. We stink, it's over. I'm looking at 10 long, cold months until we play a meaningful game again. And so many NFL fans are unfortunately in the same boat. So, Herman, we're going to throw ourselves on the couch, and you are going to talk us back up again.
Yeah, the first thing I'd advise all of you, never go to bed and sleep on problems. Don't take your problems when you go to sleep.
Really?
Yes, exactly. That's the first
How
advice.
do you avoid that?
You go to sleep and you relax. You don't think about your issues and your problems. Just
Well, how do you do that?
Real easy. You don't think about your problems. When you get ready to lay down, you put your head on your pillow. Don't sit there trying to evaluate your problems. Just go to sleep. You'll feel better in the morning.
All right.
Don't take your problems to bed. Just don't leave.
Well, it never happens right now to be 7 o'clock in the morning, so that's not really
That's exactly right. When you go to bed at night, don't take the jet problems to bed. Just go to sleep.
We'll see.
Be fine.
One way or another, Herman is in all morning long. John Gruden is on the way. I want to bring in our baseball buddy Buster Olney for a moment on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline, just because I want to see if there's any other way to read this deal besides the way I'm reading it. Buster, it seems to me that the Marlins have done it again, only this time they do it out from under the feet, if you will, of a city and a tax-paying public that put all this public money into building this ballpark, and 1 year into this experiment, they basically trade away everybody but Giancarlo Stanton. To me, it's a disgrace. What am I missing?
You're hitting it right on the head. These are the worst fears of baseball officials realized. As the Marlins were making those signings last winter, I remember talking with baseball officials, and they were saying, boy, we don't know about this strategy. We're concerned about the direction of this team. And I had one team president of another club tell me, you know what I think they're going to do? They're going to get everyone excited. They're going to sign these players. But as we saw last December, none of the players are given no trade clauses. And the president said, I think they're going to dump all the players, and then they're going to attempt to sell the team, which, of course, is one of those things that you don't want to, suspect that any baseball owner would do, that he would simply try to pump up the value of his franchise and then sell the team and make money on the backs of taxpayers. But after what they did in the last year, it's hard to read it any other way. The Marlins, when they started this fire sale during the summer and the trade of Hanley Ramirez, they talked about how that wasn't appropriate, that phrase. But I tell you what, when the dust is going to settle, their payroll has a chance to be something in the range of $20 to $30 million. That's all after going up to $100 million next year, and there is outrage in South Florida.
Oh, and for every good possible reason. Is there anything that the gentleman running Major League Baseball can do to put a stop to this or to affect it in any way?
Well, Of course, there is precedent for that. In 1976, Bowie Kuhn stepped in and stopped the sale of players from the Oakland Athletics to the Yankees, to the Red Sox, Vida Blue, Joe Rudy, Raleigh Fingers. But remember, those were sales of players. In this case, the vast majority, the biggest part of this deal is player-for-player trades. The only thing is that all the players making money are going to the Blue Jays, and all the players who aren't making money are going to the Marlins. In talking with baseball officials last night, they did not think that they were going to step in and do anything. As one official told me, look, there have been a lot of other trades with a lot more money changing hands than this one.
Yeah, I guess so, but never quite as obviously one-sided, or at least not in recent memory. Buster, thank you. Buster Olney on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Just a quick thought there. I wanted to make sure there wasn't some part of this that I'm missing, and it does not seem that we are.
No, this is, as we called it, a fire sale. It'll be interesting how the league handles it, but more than anything, the fans. When the fans look at this, use public money to build this place, to build a palace, to fill it with good players, and now you look at it and go, what are we going to do? Where are we going from here? That'll be the interesting question.
It's an embarrassing situation. Mike in the morning. Back to the football. We'll go shortly when John Gruden joins us. But to the hoops, where obviously, Herman, the big story has been your team, your Lakers. You root for the Lakers. The Lakers with the big news that they have signed or hired Mike D'Antoni as their coach and not Phil Jackson. A couple of things I want you to hear. First off, let's hear D'Antoni. He was on Mason and Ireland yesterday, ESPN LA 710, acknowledging he understands the pressure.
If we're not least in the hunt, a serious hunt, then I failed as a coach, or we just didn't get it done. So I'm comfortable with it. I understand what people think, and nothing wrong with that. But this is the way it's going to go forward, and we're going to be good. And I can't wait to get started.
You know, it's interesting, Herman, and you've been a coach of teams that had very high expectations, and you've been a coach of teams that may not have had. I can't decide. I can't think of a time when you were involved with a team where it was basically championship or bust. and can you imagine the pressure that is, especially when you know the fans are going to start chanting Phil's name, the second things start to go wrong. Everybody in the world wanted the other guy. You've got a team that everyone says either wins a title or you're a jerk and you blew it. That's a particular kind of pressure. So, you might celebrate getting this job, but be careful what you wish for.
No, you're right, and he's under a lot of pressure. This team is built to win right now. You look at Kobe Bryant. As we know, as you get older, Father Time wins all the races in life, and especially with athletes. Your legs go, and Kobe's probably got another 2 years left. This team is built to win a championship, and Coach knows that. He understands what he's walking into. Now, the good thing is he's got 4 all-star players. And Nash and Howard and Kobe and Gasol, and now how he builds his team, whether we run, the Princeton offense, his offense, it's really defensive side. What are they going to do defensively in the rotation? And I think he's going to have to play this team similar to how Doc plays the Boston Celtics. This team has to be ready to play in the playoffs. It's not so many games how many they win this year, but can he save their legs for playoff competition? Because that's when they got to make their run.
You got to worry about Nash's legs. You got to worry about Kobe's legs. You got to worry about Dwight Howard's back. So there are a lot of things they need to worry about. Kobe yesterday saying D'Antoni absolutely was the guy that he wanted. Listen to this.
I spoke with Mitch. I spoke with Jimmy before everything went down, and we talked about some of the coaching candidates and stuff. And to be honest, I said D'Antoni was my first choice because I didn't even know Phil was going to be an option. And he said, well, it is, and, I want to know how you feel about it. And I said, I love it. So they knew my 2 guys that I liked, and if one didn't work out obviously with Phil, they knew that they had my approval to pull the trigger on the other ones.
So Kobe Bryant saying he was totally
signed off.
on board.
Yeah, he's good. Kobe wants to win. He knows, I'm probably going to do this 2 more years. I'd like to win another ring. And those players know that, too. They're assembled for that. They're not assembled just to win some games. It's more when you get in the playoffs, can we get to the finals and win it?
Kobe knows D'Antoni's offense.
We have a great relationship. The offense that he installed for our USA team is the offense that we've run, to the tune of 2 gold medals. We all know the type of talent that we had on that team, so it was important for us to have an offense that was flexible, that was open, that kept everybody involved. It worked pretty well for us.
So he's very happy with D'Antoni. Now, here's the one thing, Herman, we got to thinking about yesterday, and that is the peculiarities of the family dynamic here, because we read you Todd Musburger, the agent for Phil Jackson, his quotes with regard to the Laker organization, and as he described it, the shabby way that organization is being run. And there's no question where he was pointing that finger. he was pointing that finger at Jim Buss. So just envision the dynamics here. You have Dr. Jerry Buss, who is the patriarch and the longtime owner, who has generally given control of the operation to his son, Jim. His daughter, Jeannie, who also is a president and runs a lot of the business side of it, has been in a long-standing relationship with Phil, who winds up on the outside looking in on this. And while his statement about all this was sort of classy and above board, his agent just absolutely crushed the Lake organization and not so subtly pointed a finger directly at Jim. Now, we are currently 8 days away from Thanksgiving.
Uh-oh.
So, Herman, can you imagine the Thanksgiving dinner? If they're all together, you got Jim, you got Jeannie, you got Phil, all sitting there at Thanksgiving together, and you got to try and make that evening work. Now, I've been, if you ever spent any time around my family, I've been through some fairly tense, anxious Thanksgivings. But I'm telling you right now, this has got to set a whole new record.
Well, this is one of those situations where you walk in and say, can I have a takeout order?
Exactly,
you just get a little takeout and you go.
Otherwise, it's going to sound... I just want you to think about what this Thanksgiving might sound like.
Jeannie?
Yes, Jim?
This time I'd like some more turkey, please.
You'd like some more turkey this time?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want some more turkey, Jim? I mean, maybe you're going to call the turkey at midnight. Say you want the ham instead. Take your turkey and cram it.
This is what we're envisioning Thanksgiving feeling like a week from now.
No,
Herman, this is not comfortable.
You call in and tell them you want a drumstick with the gravy.
Yeah.
You just kind of tell them what you want. A takeout order. Bring your own styrofoam deal. Just have it ready. I'm walking in and get myself. Guys, have a happy Thanksgiving. I got to go.
Exactly. Because you're afraid to stay in there.
No,
you're not staying in.
I'm not a part of that.
No, Thanksgiving at the Buss household.
No.
We may have more in the hopper. You'll hear that as we continue. Herman Edwards is in. The couch is open. And up next, John Gruden will answer the question, what do you do when the ship is sinking and the rats seem to be jumping? That's next after this word from Dr. Pepper. Listen, it's college football season. That means a couple of things. First, Saturdays just got really busy. And second, Dr. Pepper is again changing lives with a one-of-a-kind opportunity. For years now, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway has affected hundreds of students' lives by giving away millions of dollars in tuition. And this year, some great stories like Anthony, who's a future doctor at BYU. When he was growing up, he wanted to protect our country. He wanted to be military. But after years of preparation, he was disqualified because he was diagnosed with asthma. So instead, his desire is to go to medical school, become a research physician, so he can develop cures for respiratory diseases. And with the $100,000 he's won from Dr. Pepper, he'll be able to afford medical school to help his country. You can check out his story and others at drpepper.com. You can go there. You can upload your video. You could win $2,500 in tuition or even a chance to throw for $100,000 on the field at a bowl game. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind. We've got John Gruden next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael K. Show.
Somebody was telling me that there's a 2% chance a team that's 3-6 will make the playoffs. Well, you know what? Here we come. I'm just saying that we need one so bad. We need a win so bad. That's going to help more than anything.
You worried about your job, Rex?
Nope.
You hold firm in your support of Mark Sanchez.
You know, Mark does give us the best chance to win, in my opinion, as a starting quarterback.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan every Monday at 5:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Lease a 2013 Range Rover Sport at $799 per month for 36 months with $39.95 due at signing at your local Land Rover retailer now through January 2nd. For more information, visit LandRoverTristate.com or call 1-800-FIND-4WD.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny. Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls an email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com, use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Big Ben has a sprained shoulder. Can Leftwich succeed if he gets the start against Baltimore? We'll be talking about it at 8:15 Eastern with Football Night in America's Hines Ward.
Looking forward to that. Herman Edwards is in our studio this morning in for Golick. We're Mike and Mike back and better than ever. And right now, as we do every Wednesday at this time, we go to the Subway Fresh Take hotline from Monday Night Football. Our friend John Gruden is ready to go. How are you, John?
Hey, good morning, Mike. Hey, Coach. How you guys doing?
What's going on, John?
I want to start, John, with a not so pleasant topic, and that is, when things aren't going well and all of a sudden you pick up a newspaper, you're coaching a football team, and you have anonymous quotes in the paper. I'm not sure if you've heard this, but I've read them this morning from the New York Jets involving the New York Daily News. You have a, quote, defensive starter saying of Tim Tebow, quote, he's terrible. You have another player, a veteran starter, saying, do I even have to answer that question? We don't even look at him as a quarterback. You have another unnamed player saying, we can't win running that blank. We can't play that way. So all of a sudden you wake up in the morning and you've got anonymous players giving quotes to the newspapers. You're the head coach. Now you got the team in front of you. What do you do?
I might call the reporter in and say, thanks a lot for making my day. I really appreciate that. I saw an anonymous general manager shred the Detroit Lions a few weeks ago. I can't put a lot of stock into anonymous accusations. Can you, Mike? I mean, I don't know. I'd probably ask the guys, look, if you talk to the media, be accountable for what you say. Don't be afraid to make your comments public. If you're going to talk to them. If you're not, don't. But these anonymous reports, it's really, I don't know, it's just hard to swallow, if you ask me.
It is. I get that part of it, but I guess when it is coming from inside the locker room and it is talking about another player, in this case, one particular player inside that locker room, I would think I'd be at least a little concerned that's going to create problems. Is that something you think you need to go make sure isn't festering because things are going badly enough without it?
Yeah, I might bring it up to the team, to be honest with you, but I might, again, go to the reporter, and I don't know how credible it is when you quote anonymous sources, Mike. That's just... to me, it's not a real good article personally, but again, I've got a lot of issues if I'm with the New York Jets right now, and that's another one, but it wouldn't be at the top of my list.
What would be?
Well, I'm not studying the Jets right now.
Right.
Obviously, they're 3-6, and they have issues scoring points.
Yeah.
They're not scoring points, and if you're not scoring points, you're probably not going to win. And I don't think it's just the quarterback. I think they've had issues with the receiving core, a number of new players. They're learning a new offense. We all know they've had issues on the offensive line. It's a number of things. They haven't been able to score. Missing Darrelle Revis has changed the entire structure of their coverage. They're in the media spotlight, New York City, and you got to take the good with the bad. And right now, these are tough times, so they got to be mentally tough and find a way to win a football game. That's the only remedy there is.
That's what Herman's been telling me all morning long. He's trying to talk me off the ledge here, John. I'm doing the best I can to hang in there, but quite frankly, it's not going so well. John Gruden is with us. All right, in your game the other night in Pittsburgh, Ben Roethlisberger goes down. He's got the sprained shoulder, and it happens to come at a critical time in the schedule with 2 games against the Ravens up in the next 3 weeks. Give us a sense now, if you've got to get your backup quarterback ready to play in a hurry, and especially in a big game like this one.
It's tough. Again, with the new CBA, and I don't know exactly how long practices are allowed to last anymore, but when I was coaching, we might have a little longer meetings. We might have longer walkthroughs. We might have lengthier practices to get the quarterback reps. I would explain it to the football team, look, we're going to be out here a little bit longer today. We're going to help Ben Roethlisberger's backup get ready to play. And we're going to have to make some adjustments in our scheme. I really don't want to simplify. I really don't want to reduce. We still have to be able to run it. We've got to change the launching spot. We've got to get the ball to Mike Wallace. We've got to get it to Heath Miller. We're not reducing, but we are going to change. We need to get our quarterback up to speed. But given, I think, the new CBA, that would be an issue right now they got to look into to see how they can get Leftwich or Charlie Batch or whoever the quarterback is ready to play. That'll be a real challenge.
Yeah, John, you make some great points there, especially with the backup quarterback. But the thing about the Pittsburgh Steelers, and you could add to this, it seems like when they've lost their quarterback, this team has rallied pretty good. In other words, they've won games without Ben. I mean, it's almost one of those situations where you feel like every year Ben's going to get nicked, and the backup guy has to go in there and play.
Well, they've won games, and if you go back and watch how they've won it by playing tremendous defense. And you know that, Coach. I think they went 3-1 without Roethlisberger when he was suspended, and they won some ugly 12-10, 9-7 football games. They're still capable of winning some low-scoring games. Now, whether or not they're going to be capable of going to the Super Bowl and winning it without Ben Roethlisberger, I would disagree with that. There's certain quarterbacks, it's just my opinion, that are irreplaceable in this league. Roethlisberger is one of them. Obviously, the Manning brothers, you can go down the list, Drew Brees, Matt Ryan. If some of these guys were to go down for an extended period of time, it would really crush these football teams.
Mike and John Gruden, and then with the game you guys have coming up on Monday night with the Bears and the 49ers, I'm not sure if either of the quarterbacks there fall in that category or not, but you might not see either of them. Alex Smith with a concussion, Jay Cutler with a concussion. We'll see about either of their availability for that game. How does it change the game for both teams if their starters aren't ready to go?
Well, I think it's going to be a real interesting game. We're going to have to get Coach Edwards to come to this game. This could be a defensive football game. I'll tell you, if you watch the 49ers carefully, their backup quarterback, Colin Kaepernick, has gone into games and done some unique things with pistol formations, option football, creative plays that the Bears must prepare for. Kaepernick can really run and do some things, I think, if Alex isn't ready to go. On the other side, for the Bears, Campbell, he looked a little rusty to me, and it was horrific circumstances, a bad weather game. I think Campbell's a lot better quarterback than people think, but I'm expecting a defensive struggle. Field position is going to be critical. I really believe special teams will be the winning edge for one of these two teams if these quarterbacks can't play.
That's the coming game this Monday night in San Francisco, Bears and 49ers with John and company. One last one, because we've been talking about it here this morning, John. No coach wants to be in this situation, but when your team is realistically out of playoff contention, Herman and I have been talking about it. As a fan, you sort of feel like the season is over. But as Herman is saying, the season is by no means over. You've got to go out and work. When you start a season, your goal is to win a championship. When you in your heart of hearts know that realistically isn't a possibility anymore, how, if at all, does it change what you do, how you coach, what goes on within a team?
Well, you only have 53 players, and only 47 can play. So it's not like you go to the freshman coach and say, hey, let's get some young guys some reps. You got to play the guys you have. You still do everything you can to win. Now, you might try to look towards some other teams' practice squads. You might try to replace the 53rd, the 52nd, the 51st player and try to upgrade your personnel by stealing some players. That's been a real benefit, and I know Coach Edwards would agree with that. But you keep developing your team. You keep coaching as hard as you can. You study players in adversity. Some guys continue to play through a losing situation. Those are the kind of guys I want to be around. If guys pack it in, obviously you want to move on at the end of the season. But you just keep fighting, you keep playing, you keep developing, you keep coaching, and you might try to find some creative ways to upgrade the back end of your roster as you develop for the future.
It's John Gruden again. This coming Monday night, a good one. Bears and 49ers will see which quarterbacks are ready to go. Thank you, John. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys.
Thank you, good coach.
Week.
John Gruden on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline at Subway. Try delicious steak, egg, white, and cheese made just the way you say. It's got to be disheartening. It's just got to be. I think a short break here, and then I want to really hear that because, as fans, we think we take this stuff so hard. For you, it's your life. When you see it that way, I want your thoughts in 3 minutes. Back on Mike and Mike.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on 4 select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into L.A. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove. Nice pass. But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Tonight on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. UCLA holds a half-game lead over USC when they face off at the Rose Bowl this weekend. Touchdown! The winner comes away with the Pac-12 South Division title and will advance to the Pac-12 title game. The 18th-ranked USC Trojans at the 17th-ranked UCLA Bruins, Saturday at 2 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Good morning. I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. It's 7:30. Our ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Allstate. Everyone knows renting is mayhem, but did you know you can protect your stuff with Allstate Renters Insurance? Just add it to your auto policy for as little as $4 more a month. Find an agent at allstate.com.
Bounce to Davis, mid-post right, backs down Anthony, spins, nearly lost it out of bounds. He saved it, but Novak takes. Up to Anthony, 3-on-3. Right wing for the trailing Smith. Puts it on the deck, sealed off, a step back, buries it from 18 feet.
J.R. Smith finished with 21 points last night. Spiro Ditas' call here on ESPN New York. 25 for Carmelo Anthony, 21 for Raymond Felton. The Knicks are looking fine. 5-0 start, winning each game by double digits. Last night, 99-89 against the Orlando Magic. Knicks try for 6-0 against the Spurs tomorrow in San Antonio. 26 points, 10 assists for Darren Williams, 25 points for Joe Johnson. The Nets improved their record last night to 4-2, beating the Cavaliers by a count of 114-101. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and our Sports Center brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. At Dick's Sporting Goods, we believe that when mind, body, and equipment come together, you are untouchable. Every dream, every hope, every new beginning, every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. Now, when it comes to this stuff, and Herman, you and I have been having this conversation for years, dating back to when you were the coach of the Jets, and we would have these arguments about who it is that cares more. Who cares more, the fan or the player or the coach or the team? And I recognize that on the most significant level, obviously it's you, it's not me. I have my life and I go off and do my thing, and my passion and my fandom for my team just is what it is. It's a small part of what I do, where for you, coaching that football team, that's your job and that's your profession. So let's start there before we let America get on the couch and you can try and pep us up. Well, let's start there. Your team is, you start a season, you start training camp in July. Men, we're going to win this division. That's our goal. We're going to try and win a championship. That's every team's goal. You wake up one day in November and you know it's not going to happen. You have no chance. What's that like?
Well, you don't think about that so much as what's in front of you. And what's in front of you is the ability to go win a game. And winning solves a lot of ills, because this is how we get our gratification. When you coach and play, you'd like to win, and that's part of the process. There's a process that you go through now. When you sit here at 3-6, you have to evaluate your players. You have to evaluate what you're doing as a football staff and say this: we have a 53-man roster. We cannot go out and get new players. You can acquire some, like Coach Gruden said, man. Practice squad guys and maybe put one on the 46 and let him play in special teams. And so you want to evaluate some of the younger players now. You're watching them in practice, obviously. You want to get them into some games. But you're still trying to win, and that's the most important thing. Because remember this, and you said it, this thing starts on the offseason with coaches. You deny yourself a lot of things to become a coach. There's a lot of time that's put into building a football team and the practice hours and the nights you stay in that office. This doesn't stop because you're 3-6. You don't go, okay, well, we'll work half a day now. No, you don't work half a day. You continue to work. So there's an investment here that when you lose, it just eats at you because of all the time that's put in. Because remember, you're in that office 12 to 14 hours a day. So this losing is not an option. You don't want that to become a part of an option for your football team to say, oh, by the way, we put in all this time, then we lose. No. So that's the emotional investment you make as a coach. And as your players. Now, what you have to realize, too, as you watch these players participate, you listen to your eyes. What is your eyes telling you on the practice field, in the games? If there's players that you feel like are right there and not giving, they're about to do this, but I hate to say it, tap out, or worrying about next year, you make sure that you have a conversation with those guys.
What's the conversation?
And the conversation is real simple. If you're thinking about tapping out, not on my watch. Before you tap out, you'll stand by me. You won't play. because you got an obligation. We all signed on for this. And that's where the motivation comes with the head coach. And that's where you have to motivate. It's not very difficult to motivate a team when you're winning. It's now when you're 3-6. How you kill this, squash this stuff in the locker room. All this kind of stuff starts happening. You got to squash this stuff.
What he's talking about, anonymous quotes for those just waking up in today's New York Daily News. Again, anonymous to the extent that players not putting their name to it. A defensive starter saying of Tim Tebow, quote, he's terrible. Another player, a starter saying, we don't look at him as a quarterback. Do I even have to answer that? Another starter saying, hell no, about the chances of playing Tebow. Just guys ripping Tim Tebow and not putting their names to it, which, as I said again this morning, in my view makes you a sniveling coward, but that's neither here nor there. So the point is, that's the coaching side and the player side. You're down. It hurts. It's empty. For us fans, obviously we have our lives to get to, but this is something that on its own little way you live for. A little tiny piece of you dies. You wait so long. Baseball season is so long. Basketball season is so long. Football season is so short. And because that's my favorite sport, it's the team that I root for the most, I wait for it. Season ends, it's January. February, it's cold. You're wading through it. March, April, May, June, a little flurry here, a little free agency, a little draft, but you're waiting. You wait all the way to September. And now here you are, like in the blink of an eye, it's over. And it's an empty feeling. So I'm soliciting all of those who, like me in America today, are just down. I came to the realization yesterday, it is over. My season is over as a fan. I'm done. And I'm taking both the tweets at ESPN Greeny. I'm wide open. I got a sheet full right here. And the chatter. Chatter lines are open. 740-535-6453. Herman Edwards is going to lift us up this morning because we're feeling so down. You ready, Herman? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Next message.
Hey, Mike. It's Mark from New York. I'm a Browns fan, and I feel what you're feeling. My season was over about week 3, and looking forward to the draft. Keep your hopes up.
What do you think, Herman?
Well,
what
he's
like,
yeah,
she's down.
He sounds like a young man. Why is he down? He's a young man.
He's a young man, but this makes you old. When your team is bad, it makes you feel old.
What was his expectations? This was not a playoff team. Going into the season, this was not. Now the players might say that the coach
hasn't been a playoff team in 30 years.
But realistically, this was not a playoff team. They drafted a quarterback and a running back. Look at those two positions. Look at those two positions. You've got a quarterback in place and you have a runner. You're starting to build a football team. This is a part of it. Now, this is the first time they've done this. So there's hope. There's hope.
Next message.
This is Chuggalug from Denison, Texas. I feel sorry for you Jets fans, but I'm a Cowboys fan, and we don't even know if our team is good or bad. At least you guys know your team stinks.
That's a good old one.
That is. You know your team stinks.
Well, he knows this. The Dallas Cowboys are 500. Yeah. And right now they got hope.
They're 4-5, and
they're a 500 team since what, 1996?
Correct. Since 1997, they're a 500 team with a total of 1 playoff win. But what are they? Help him? I missed his name there. But what is it? What are the Cowboys? What are they? Are they good or not?
You know, the Cowboys are week to week. They're a week to week team. That's what they are. And last week they win a big game. Can they win 2 in a row now? They got a chance to get in the playoffs. They really do. They got a shot. They played 3. You got 3 home games. I tell you this about your Dallas Cowboys. If you don't win these 3 home games, you don't deserve to go to the playoffs. You should win these 3 home games that you play.
Doggy Hauser treats me. You know that feeling when you find hair in your food? That's how I feel right now about the Jets. How about this one? Where was the Raider one I liked? Here, Hatlow Dodger, Herman. When will my Raiders be an NFL team? I can't talk football with friends, can't wear my Raiders gear, can't watch on Sundays.
Well, it's real simple. They've got to stay committed to one coach and one philosophy more than a year or two. You keep changing coaches and philosophy, you're never going to have any consistency, and that's what they're suffering through right now. They changed coaches from last year. They got a new GM, a new head coach. You got to let him build his football team. Give him 3 years, and let's find out what the Raiders are.
Keep them coming. 740-535-6453. The chatter lines are open. Herman Edwards, the couch is available. Take a nice, just lie down on that couch.
Yeah, just come on, lie down.
take a deep breath. Let's talk about our problems. And I've got the lines open here at Twitter for you, at ESPN Greeny. Tweet me your thoughts on your team. If you're down, you feel like it's over, and Herman Edwards is helping. Meanwhile, we try and put a smile on your face by continuing all morning to envision what it's going to be like Thanksgiving at the Buss household. Again, Dr. Jerry Buss, the patriarch of the Laker family. His son, Jim, now running the organization. His daughter, Jeannie, with a long-standing relationship with Phil Jackson, who was just spurned by Jim, whose agent, Todd Musburger, just ripped Jim to shreds. So you know there are hard feelings, and we're wondering what Thanksgiving is going to sound like.
Hey, Jeannie?
Yeah.
Can you pass the potatoes, please?
Really?
Yeah, I want the potatoes. Can I have them, please?
Potatoes? Where are the potatoes? I don't see the damn potatoes because the glare from Phil's 11 rings are blinding me.
So we think it's going to be kind of a tough little Thanksgiving over there.
No, it's going to be. I'm calling in.
The glare from Phil's 11 rings are blinding me.
I'm calling in, and I'm saying, look, I want a takeout order. I want the leg. I want some dressing. That casserole that we've been eating the last couple of years, I really didn't like the casserole anyway. Don't put that in there. I don't want the casserole or the peas, okay? But I want a takeout order. I'm not showing up.
We'll continue to have our fun with that all morning long because Lord knows I need a smile on my face. Coming up next, another fan base that deserves to be furious. Do they have any recourse? We'll ask a guy who knows right after this. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
It's time now to talk to O.C. Humaniora. Tell us what happened against Cincinnati.
We got beat.
Why?
I don't know, man. I guess some people wanted an extra bye week, I guess. I don't know what happened out there. That was unfortunate.
O.C., are you concerned about the way this team is playing?
Yeah. Now is not really the time to be playing bad football the way we've been playing, so.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Overseas markets edged higher as the threat of an immediate meltdown by debt-ridden Greece receded. Greece's sale of treasuries yesterday will help it make a crucial debt payment at the end of the week. The Dow opens at 12,756 after losing 59 points yesterday. Some economic data to consider today. The October retail sales report from the government. The Labor Department weighs in on inflation at the wholesale level. A survey by Fidelity Investments finds sharply vastly different expectations about family finances between older parents and their adult children on topics ranging from elder care, retirement security, and inheritance. Adult children underestimate the value of their parents' estate by more than $100,000 on average. A group of federal regulators is urging the Securities and Exchange Commission to adopt stricter rules for money market mutual funds. A run on money market funds could pose a risk to millions of investors and companies. Joan Bennett, ABC News.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowl. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowl. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. Not about make it or save it. It's about winning Super Bowl. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disrupted. We saw it coming. Not about winning Super Bowl. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters. Then I think there are about 4 teams in the league where I have a very strong feeling, once they lose a few games especially, about making a little more money. Dallas, Washington, Miami, and the Jets.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
He sent you.
Good morning with Mike and Mike. It's 7:45. I'm Jared Max, ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Garmin. Hate traffic? Don't be a hater. Get a Garmin Newbie with subscription-free HD digital traffic. Avoid it with updates as often as every 30 seconds. Drive with Garmin, the most trusted name in GPS. How much can Tim Tebow trust his teammates? Groundbreaking story of this morning's Daily News. Several unnamed Jets players saying this about Tim Tebow. He's terrible. Hell no when asked if Tebow can help turn the Jets' offense around. One says we don't look at a quarterback. Another starter said he's the Wildcat guy. The latest on Tim Tebow. The latest on the Knicks, 5-0 start. Beat the Magic 99-89, 25 points for Carmelo. The Nets have won 3 straight. Beat the Cavaliers 114-101. I'm Jared Max.
The Knicks remain the NBA's lone unbeaten. How far can this team rise? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco to talk about it at 2:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio with Herman Edwards in for Golick today. A lot of anger and sadness this morning as Herman Edwards has opened up the couch. He's making us feel better. Those of us who feel like our team is done for the year, myself very much included, Herman is trying his best to make us feel better today.
When you say they're done, let me ask you this question.
Yeah, they stink.
So if they're done, will you watch them?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm a glutton for punishment. Why have I been rooting them for my whole life? 45 years of misery. What do you mean why? That's what we do. We're fans. We do it.
Really?
Yes.
When it's done, it's like...
done.
It's done.
Done.
But you'll continue to watch.
Correct.
Interesting.
That's exactly right.
You guys need a lot of help.
Even though I would
it's
rather...
It's not done then if you're still watching.
I would rather slam my head into a wall repeatedly. I tweeted this weekend. My 9-year-old son got up in the middle of the game. He loves it, lives it like I do. Got up in the middle of the game. I have a room full of people. Just looked at me and said, Dad, I can't do this anymore. And he walked out of the room.
Well, that's one of your problems.
He's smarter than me.
Why would you sit there with a room full of people?
We all watch the game together.
No, you need to just sit in a room by yourself.
I guess so. Most of the people in there are imaginary anyway.
I'm going to watch a game with you.
All right, Mike and Mike. So we'll get back to that. Meantime, there's a whole other fan base that this morning I think has a cause to be even more irate, and I wonder if they actually have any recourse. And those are the fans in Miami of the Miami Marlins. Frankly, it's just all the people in Miami who paid to build that ballpark, and now a year into what was theoretically an unspoken promise that they were going to make an effort to do something completely new down there and make this thing work in a big way, the Marlins have shipped away again Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, Mark Burley, John Buck, Emilio Bonifacio. Buster only told us this morning their payroll could go down to something in the neighborhood of $30 million this year. So I want to bring in our business reporter, Darren Ravel, on the Subway Fresh Steak Hotline. First off, Darren, for those who don't know, that in very brief terms, give us the history on the financing of that stadium. How was that stadium actually built and who paid for it?
It's $515 million stadium. The team paid about $160 million. The city and county paid $362 million.
Okay, so
something in that area. And that was a big promise. Obviously, there was this idea that, okay, now they're really going to compete or spend more money, even though, they won once as a Moneyball team and they won once spending a lot of money. But there is nothing. I've gone through, you said, is there any recourse?
Yeah.
I've gone through every single page of all the documents, hundreds of pages. There is nothing in there that implies that they have some sort of promise to be competitive. The promises are they'll give away 10,000 tickets a year, they'll have affordable tickets for the youth and elderly, they'll change their name to the Miami Marlins. There is nothing in there that says that the team must compete in good faith. And the only question there would be, did Jeffrey Loria and David Sampson, the owner and the president, make any representations during the hearings to get this ballpark that could be used against them? And now they say you actually do have some sort of reason to compete.
So it does not appear that there's any actual recourse, but in this case, I guess what you're telling me is there's really nothing anybody can do, right? And the reality is that a guy, maybe this was the plan all along, maybe he just is reacting to something that was obviously a disaster from a one-year standpoint. I mean, we thought they were going to go out and get Pujols. Imagine if they had Albert Pujols. And now
people say, well, why do you do this?
Yeah.
And this is really the problem with baseball. As Buster said this morning, perhaps a $30 million salary. Baseball needed to do something in the collective bargaining agreement this time around that they didn't do, and that's because the union fought the floor. The union fights a salary floor because they don't want a salary cap. And if they have a floor, they'll be worried a cap comes. Now, caps come in forms of a luxury tax threshold that discourage people, but they're not taxes. And here's the problem. If you don't have a floor, there's really no incentive. If your owner wants to make money, which maybe Jeffrey Gloria does, baseball's the best to do it. The Yankees will give you $15-20 million. I mean, and so it's actually this collective bargaining agreement makes it easier to make money because now they take out 15 teams in top markets by 2016 because of their market size will not be able to share in the revenue sharing. So it's going to be easy, and the Marlins are not included in that. So it's going to be easier to tank the team and tank the revenues and still make a ton of money.
A disaster this is. And so finally, Darren, those of us who follow you on Twitter see you're having a little fun with this, soliciting different, like mottos, little marketing slogans for the 2013 Marlins.
Right, so I got a couple good ones. Kevin Zeggers, for the family who can't afford heat tickets. Colin Lindsley wrote, home of the sellouts, not the attendance ones. James Bondman wrote, oops, we did it again. And the last one is Marlins Baseball 2013. You're going to need a program.
Well done. Thank you, Ravel. Darren Ravel on the Subway Fresh Steak Hotline. Terrific always on any of the business side in all of this. And that to me, look, I can sit here all morning and rail about my team being bad. I mean, they tried and they stink and it frustrates me. But if I'm down in Miami right now and I know all the different ways that something in the neighborhood of $400 million could have been used in my city, and if you've spent any time in Miami or frankly in any major city in America, and I love Miami. I love down that area. My family was down there last year over the holidays. You just look around. It's really easy to see different ways where that money could be spent, and they spent it to build a baseball stadium, and there is at minimum, and you just heard Ravel say, he went through every page of the agreement, and there is no actual promise made by the ownership, but there is at minimum a tacit promise made. Come on, spend this money, and we will do something in return. And now 1 year later, they're not doing it. To me, this is an outrage.
Well, it is, and if you're a fan, you're upset about it. But even bigger than that, if you're a player. I mean, if you're a player of this organization and you're still there after they've done what they've done, you look at this situation. You know, players, like fans, they want to win too. I mean, you're sitting in a situation now where you're going, well, it's like a minor league. It's going to become a minor league baseball team.
Yeah.
And that's not fair to anybody.
It's just a mess. Mike in the morning. Mark Schlereth will be on his way here. He'll be in our studio in the next hour talking football with you. Herman Edwards is with us all morning long in for Golic. And then we're having a little fun with this just because we need a smile on our face today. with the Lakers' hiring of Mike D'Antoni and pulling the rug out from under Phil Jackson in the last moment, it does create an unusual dynamic, you would think, within the Buss family. Dr. Jerry Buss, the longtime patriarch of the Lakers and of the family. His son, Jim, running the basketball operation. He's the one who most people, including Phil Jackson's agent, are saying pull the rug out from under Phil. The daughter, Jeannie, Jim's sister, a long-standing relationship with Phil Jackson. This is complicated stuff. And 8 days from now, it's going to be Thanksgiving. And we're just wondering what it's going to sound like Thanksgiving dinner in that house.
Are you finished with your plate, Jim?
No, I've still got some turkey here that I'd like.
No, you're finished.
No,
you're finished.
There's more on the plate. Just let me finish.
Nope, I'm taking the plate.
Couple of seconds.
I'm taking the plate.
You give me the plate back.
Oh, really? You want the plate back?
Yes.
Come get it. Why don't you play a little defense, huh? Steal it from me.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Jim. You know what? Happy Thanksgiving. I'm taking your plate.
And so there you have it. That's what Thanksgiving is going to be.
We've all gone through Thanksgivings with the in-laws, and if it's a bad Thanksgiving, they become the outlaws, and you sit there and certain things they put on your plate and you don't want to eat, and it's like, really? This is even worse.
That's Val Biz, by the way. Val Biz becoming a legend in her own mind, doing the voice of Jeannie Buss there, and very well. Joaquin told me she was actually frightening. He was actually frightened by her. And if you like some of these bits, you can check out the rest of Joaquin's stash on the Mike and Mike page at ESPNradio.com. Has a bunch of his old bits. It's not what you would think Joaquin's stash would be. It's actually just a collection of his old bits. And funny stuff on the Mike and Mike page. Mark Schlereth on his way. We're talking football next on ESPN Radio.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. AuctionTime charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
You know, I've always found it interesting when the rich father hands his sons the business, how it works out. George Steinbrenner, Dr. Jerry Buss with the Lakers. Sometimes it works. But the one thing the kids of the rich dad don't have is that hunger, is that thirst, is that fear, is that desperation. It's funny about that whole thing. Proximity doesn't really guarantee greatness. It's about that relentless 24/7 drive. There is something about the rich dad, no matter if he passes on the DNA, there is something about him, a fight, a focus, a fear, whatever it is, an it quality that is almost impossible to replicate.
Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio, E60 profile quarterback Matthew Stafford. He hears the Lions roar and also his critics.
It was intimidating a little bit. Honestly, I've been on winning teams everywhere I'd ever been, and I just wanted to be a part of the change. I knew it wasn't going to happen overnight.
Plus, a father and son shared their experience of visiting all 32 NFL stadiums with wounded military veterans.
He told me it was the best day he's ever had since his injury and one of the best days of his life. For him to say something like that to me, it hit me right here.
When veterans return from war, they battle depression and post-traumatic stress. How some found peace in calming waters.
You look up and you see a guy
with either no legs or one leg or missing an arm. It was just a thought in my mind of how I could help a couple of people.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
Feast Week begins with the Progressive Legends Classic. 2 top 15 teams headline a doubleheader in Brooklyn. First on ESPNU, 7-foot big man Cody Zeller leads Indiana as the #1 team in the country faces Georgia at 5:30 Eastern. Then on ESPN2, one of the top recruiting classes is on display when UCLA tips off against the Hoyas at 8. The Progressive Legends Classic as part of Feast Week presented by Lowe's. Monday on ESPNU and ESPN2.
Colin Cowherd's top 10 teams in the NFL. It's the Herd Hierarchy. Number 10.
I'm down on San Francisco more than other people.
Number 9.
I'm not sure I've had New England this low ever.
Number 8.
Seattle is 5-0 at home.
Number 7.
Green Bay's fun to watch. They depend far too much on Aaron Rodgers.
Number 6.
Atlanta lost. They still lack a toughness, though they're probably going to get home games in the playoffs.
Number 5.
I continue to like a Bears team, which hung tough with maybe the best team in the league, Houston.
Number 4.
Listen, this is what happens to the New York Giants. They win in October. They struggle in November.
Number 3.
Denver Broncos, they're destroying people. They can run the football. Peyton Manning's having an MVP season.
Number 2.
I think people are sleeping on Pittsburgh.
Number 1.
Give it to Houston. 8-1, first time in franchise history. 4-0 on the road.
Catch the Herd Hierarchy every Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
With us, Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio. Every hour starts with Sports Center. We begin in baseball, where the Miami Marlins have shipped away every player you could ever conceivably want to see play besides Giancarlo Stanton. They trade Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, Mark Burley, John Buck, and Emilio Bonifacio to Toronto for nothing. Buster only an hour ago told us he expects the Marlins' payroll this coming year to be about $30 million. Our business insider Darren Ravel was just on with us saying, unfortunately, the fans of that city who paid to build their ballpark have no recourse whatsoever. Davey Johnson, Bob Melvin voted the Major League Managers of the Year. Knicks are the only unbeaten in the NBA. They stay that way. Beat the Magic 99-89. They're 5-0 for the third time in team history. Spurs beat the Lakers 84-82. Lakers' first loss since they fired Mike Brown. Raptors over the Pacers 74-72. Listen to this. Raptors win despite scoring only 5 points in the fourth quarter. Darren Williams scored 26. Nets beat the Cavs 114-101. College basketball, Michigan easily over Cleveland State. Number 9, Duke beat number 3, Kentucky. Number 21, Michigan State over number 7, Kansas. We'll have Indiana basketball coach Tom Crean. They're number 1 in the country, live 9:15 Eastern this morning. And from football, Ben Roethlisberger's injury diagnosed as a shoulder sprain. His status for Sunday is questionable. Most everyone's sense coming out of Pittsburgh is you should expect to see Byron Leftwich this week against the Ravens. And that is Sports Center, which is brought to you by 1-800-Flowers. Deliver smiles to any Thanksgiving celebration this year. Send the beautiful Thanksgiving harvest centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com today for just $29.99. Get a free upgrade. For this special offer, go to 1-800-Flowers.com today. Click the radio microphone, type in our name, Mike, or call 1-800-Flowers and make sure you mention Mike and Mike. And it's not pressed. Okay, my screen has died. Mike and Mike in the morning, back and better than ever on ESPN Radio and live on your TV on ESPN2. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. And with Herman Edwards in for Golick today, perhaps that's a perfect way to start the least exciting hour of our week. We always call, when Chris Carter is here, the best hour of our week. Mark Schlereth likes to be known during his hour as just another hour of our week. And so, Stink, perhaps it's appropriate that during this hour of our week, my machine doesn't even work to play you a song. I can't even play you in with music. That's how totally ordinary this hour is.
That's exactly how this thing should start. No music, no frills, nothing. I mean, it just becomes flat. It's just the offensive lineman in us right now on this show that we don't get any of the extra bonuses.
All right, let's get right now into what we've been talking about all morning long, because we are now at the point in the season, Stink, where some teams' seasons really are over. And I've been bemoaning this from a fan's perspective. And Herman is trying to sort of lift me up today, and he's been talking a little bit about what a coach deals with. You know, you all get together early July, mid-July, whatever it is, and what you have goals. right? We're going to win games. We're going to win the division. We're going to win the playoff games. We're going to win a Super Bowl. Realistically speaking, it's not just the fans who can look at the standings. You know when those goals have to be adjusted. It's no longer realistic. Herm's been talking about it from a coach's perspective. Let me start with you from a player's perspective. When you see that, we're 2-7. We're done. We're not going to the playoffs this year. You got to show up at work on Wednesday morning. Is anything different than it was when the season began?
Sure, you're 2-7 and you're not very good.
Yeah. But does the way you go about your job anything like that?
Well, I mean, obviously you feel that 2-7. You feel the frustration of the fans. There's nobody more frustrated than the guys within that locker room, the guys within that coaching staff. To see it slip through your fingers, to see it, fall by the wayside, and that you're not going to be competitive. I will tell you this, though, from a player's perspective, and I heard John Gruden on while I was driving in. You need to know who you are and how important it is, even though you guys don't have a chance to go to the playoffs, because what makes the NFL so attractive, I think, to the general population is there are no guarantees in the NFL. There are no guaranteed contracts. I know as well as you do, if Coach and I are on the team together and he's coaching me, I know as well as anybody else within that locker room that he may not be coaching me next year. And that film doesn't lie. We have a saying as players, the eye in the sky don't lie, right? And every time you take that field, somebody's recording everything you do from practice on down. And you've got to have the right guys in that locker room. And you have to present the right tape out there for the rest of the league because your job may be gone. You may be in jeopardy. That head coach may be in jeopardy. There may be wholesale changes within that organization. And so you want guys that when you put on the tape, and I want to be that guy, that when you put on the tape in the fourth quarter, it's the same as the tape that you saw in the first quarter. It's the same as the score when it's 0-0 as it is, 35-0, that I'm still giving the same exact effort, that you can't tell the difference between the scores and between, when we were 0-0 when we opened the season and for 2-7, you can't see the difference in the way I play. And that's what's important. And that's integrity. That's what that is. And you have to have it.
Mark makes a great point, and I'm going to look at it not at the coaching part of it, but when I was a player, I think what people don't realize sometimes is that, this has been your long-time dream as a young person growing up to become a professional football player. Now, the season can be going not how you would like. You could be, like you say, 2-7, 3-6. But I've always told players this, look, that's your name on the back of that jersey. You're on film, not the coach. Now, the coach might get fired and all that, but you're the professional. This is your legacy. Every time you step on a football field, when you get to play, it becomes a part of your legacy. What type of player are you? And Mark knows this. You've seen guys that have been on football teams that haven't won, but get elected as a Pro Bowl player. You want to be one of those guys. You don't want to be one of the guys where, the season's going bad, so I'm waiting for next year. There's no next year. It's right about now. Because every time you step on the field, the film runs. They're watching you. Everyone in the league's watching you. Not just the guys on your football team, but everyone in the league. I always tell players, autograph your performance. Because you never know when the stage will be taken away from you as a player.
And then things start to happen. Unfortunately, when a ship starts sinking, you have some guys who are out there and they've got, whatever they can get. Get me a cup, get me a pan, get me one, and I'm bailing water. I'm doing the best I can to try and keep the ship afloat. And then you have guys who are jumping off at the first opportunity. We all know that goes in things beyond sports. And, Stink, I'm not sure if you've heard this morning, but the anonymous quotes in the New York Daily News with multiple different people within the New York Jets organization taking shots at Tim Tebow, a defensive starter. Quote, he's terrible, talking about Tebow. Another unnamed player. This is a veteran starter. Do I even have to answer that question about Tebow? We don't look at him as a quarterback. He's the wildcat guy. Another player, another starter. Quote, hell no. That won't work. You can't line up in that all the time. This is another one here. One player. We can't win running that bleep. Now we're depending on miracles. You can't play that way. There's even a Jets official quoted as saying of Mark Sanchez, look at the players he's throwing to. It's garbage. I've seen better receiving cores in college than we have on our team. So you've just got guys guys going in a billion different directions with anonymous quotes in the newspaper. Now, Mark, you're a member of that team. You're driving into work this morning, right? Wednesday. It's practice, it's meetings, it's films. You've read this in the paper. You're not one of the guys who made these quotes. You walk in, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, I think you're disappointed. I mean, I think you're disappointed in your guys. We've always said if you got something to say it, right? I mean, I think what's going to have to happen there is you're going to have your Wednesday morning team meeting. You're going to have a clear the air session, and you're going to have a talk with your team. And I'm talking about not just the coaches, but I'm talking about those players who are going to have to stand up. As Herm said, autograph your performance. Autograph it. If you got something to say about Tim Tebow, hey, listen, right now he doesn't have the quarterbacking skills to play quarterback in this league, blah, blah, blah. Put your name on it. And that's always one of those things that continues to drive a wedge between players. It continues to fracture organizations and locker rooms. And that's an issue. Now, I will say this, and it's not defending those players, but guys get tired of answering the questions, and it comes down to, is it time? Is it Tebow time? We've heard it all the time, right? We were the ones camped out, us as an organization, camped out at training camp in Portland, right? So guys get tired of it, and sometimes they snap. But if you're going to snap, put your name to it. Be man enough to put your name to it.
We knew this from the beginning. I think that the Jets really underestimated the celebrity of Tim Tebow. The celebrity. Not so much the football player, but when you bring him in your locker room, first time Tim Tebow shows up, there's 200 press people there for the backup quarterback.
Right.
I mean, the player saw that. So when the season's not going the way you'd like, guess what? Now the question is, why is Tim Tebow not playing? So the players feel compelled, well, we got to back our quarterback, Mark Sanchez. But here again, don't take it out on Tim Tebow. Because I know one thing about Tim Tebow. He comes to work every day.
Right.
Regardless if you like him or not, respect the man as a professional. He's not coming to work sleeping in the meetings. He's probably the first one there, the last one to leave. Now, you might not like that, but he's a professional. He's working at his craft. It's not like he's coming to practice going, well, I'm not working. So you can get mad at Tim Tebow because he's getting all the attention. The problem, in my opinion, guess what the press is going to stand today? In front of Rex Ryan and Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow's having another press conference. Tim Tebow's going to have a press conference today to talk about the players talking about him.
Right, and he'll handle it with grace that he always handles it with, and professionalism that he always handles it with, and that's who he is. Obviously he is again a very good football player. Just as we've talked about forever, all the way back to last season, the season before, he just doesn't have the quarterbacking skills required at this point in his career to lead a team from that position in a traditional football sense.
Right, but we've been through that 8 million times. I guess the point I'm making is now all of a sudden you come into work and you've got this.
Right.
So everyone in that room is aware that a few people at minimum feel this way, and we're willing to say so, but we're unwilling to put their name to it. I'm thinking if I'm you, and Mark, I've known you now for 12 years, and for all the joking around we do, you're a person of enormous integrity and professional integrity. I know how important your NFL career was to you. If I feel like if I'm you, I'm furious at this. I'm walking in the room and saying, okay, who is the sniveling coward who is willing to say this stuff without putting his name to it? Because that's the easiest thing in the world to do. There's nothing easier than that. Man, I hate that guy. Please don't tell anyone I said that. Right. Put it out there. Put it in the newspaper. I want the world to know someone thinks that, but I don't want them to know it's me.
And that's exactly why you're having some type of team meeting today, and you're calling everybody into a room and saying, right now, let's put it on the table. Because we always say you don't air your dirty laundry. If you got an issue with a guy within a team context, you go to that guy and you hash it out. You hash it out like professionals. That right there, that's just cowardly. That's a bunch of cowardly players, and that's what the way their season has gone. And we talked about it coming in. It's going to be a circus. Well, the circus is just, they just put another tent on the circus.
Meetings today, offense in this room, defense in this room, traitorous cowards are in this room, and we'll go on from there. Mark Schlereth is here. Herman is here. We got a lot of serious quarterback situations to get to. We got to figure out how those teams are going to get around those as we continue next after a word from Regis. Listen, in this business climate, flexibility equals profitability, and flexibility is just one more reason to move your business to a Regis office. Business changes. Plans change. The economy changes, and your Regis office changes to fit your needs. That's why thousands of businesses have moved to Regis. You can upsize your office when you need to, downsize when you need to. You can even change your office location anywhere within the Regis network with no penalty. Whatever your office needs are, Regis can help you save a fortune. Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You'll be proud of that. You'll get a receptionist, greet your clients, answer your phones, meeting rooms when you need them, state-of-the-art video conferencing when you need it, and all with no long-term lease. Regis is the new way to work. Here's what you do. Go to regis.com/Mike and Mike. You get 2 months free. That's regus.com/Mike and Mike. Or call them at 1-800-OFFICES and make sure you mention Mike and Mike for the 2 free months. That's 1-800-OFFICES. Quarterbacks banged up. What do they do next? Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls an email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Thank you for
for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Of power in the Big Ten shifting back to the Hoosiers.
We'll be asking Indiana head coach Tom Crean at 9:15 Eastern today with Mike and Mike in the morning.
Now, all of you are giving me a hard time about Big Ten football this year. Basketball can tell you to stick it. We've got a very good basketball conference with Michigan and Ohio State and Indiana and Michigan State. And my beloved Northwestern Wildcats are going to be good, too. So we'll talk some hoops with him then. We're Mike and Mike, but right now we're jam-packed with football talent. We got Mark Schlereth in our studio. We got Herman Edwards in for Golick. And right now on the phone from Football Night in America, Super Bowl champion Hines Ward is back with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Now, the last time, Hines, that I saw you, you were here judging my dancing. That was comparatively tame and easy. Now I have to question your sanity. Guys, Hines Ward is about to do the Ironman World Championships in Hawaii. He's going to do the 140.6-mile Ironman swim, bike, and run. Hines, Golick couldn't drive 140 miles, okay, without having to stop and take a rest. Give me a sense of how you're doing this.
I have no idea how I'm doing this. You know, every day I wake up, one day I'm swimming, next day I'm running, then the following day I'm getting on the bike. But I've partnered up with Got Chocolate Milk to launch a new program, Become One program, and we're taking 2 ordinary people to join this wonderful journey with me.
How about that? Either one of you guys up for that stink? How about that? How's that sound to you? Ironman triathlon.
I'm on the go. Any of you guys can join me if you want.
Hey, Hines, look here. That's past me by now. Because that's way past me.
I would love to join you and head to Hawaii and watch you compete.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, because I'm not going to compete with you, Hines, but I'd watch you.
Anyone who wants to train alongside him, 2 people will be chosen to train and race alongside Hines. You can get all the information at gotchocolatemilk.com. Okay, Hines, let's get to business here. A week ago, maybe I'm the kiss of death. A week ago, I said I think the Steelers look like the best team in the AFC. Then they go out Monday night in a game they should handle easily, and Ben goes down. If he doesn't play this week, and I think the expectation is he will not against the Ravens, how does that affect the Steelers as they go up against Baltimore?
Oh, it changes the whole dynamics of their offense. You know, you take Byron Leftwich, who's a guy who, he's really not mobile, but he's smart, has a big arm. But I think with him, it's all about protection and timing. And that's something that Ben's, he loves to extend plays, get outside the pocket, and can make a big play if protection breaks down, whereas Byron Leftwich can't do that. So if Ben's unable to go, it really puts a strain on their offense to make sure that, that Byron goes out there and manage the ball game, not try to force things. And it's okay to punt and put the emphasis on the defense and special teams to keep them in the ball game.
How difficult is it for an offense when all of a sudden, Hines, you've got a new quarterback, you've got your backup quarterback who doesn't get the reps during the practice week, who hasn't played, I think hasn't started since 2009. How difficult is that in practice to implement him into that system and to get him those reps and to get him comfortable within that offense?
Well, it's not that difficult. I mean, I'm sure Byron's taken some reps, when Ben hasn't taken all the reps. But I think the guys have to rally around Byron Leftwich to come together, and guys have to step up their play. When that ball's in the air, Mike Wallace, Manuel Sanders, Cotry, those guys have to make some unbelievable plays to help spark the team, to help convert that first down, to keep them going. And I think if they can go out there and do that, make some big plays, they have a chance to stay in the ball game.
Hines, this is Coach Herm. The question I have for you is similar to what Mark said. Even though Byron is the quarterback, and you've gone through this in Pittsburgh, playing wide receiver, and especially on third down, how important is it during the course of the practice week now that he gets with you guys, basically with the receiving core, because he throws the ball a little bit different, and he needs to know, especially on third down, in situations where you guys are going to be? Correct. I'm sure Byron's going to get with the wide receivers and some of the running backs and just go over some extra walkthroughs, especially because third down is key, especially for Pittsburgh Steelers to maintain the time of possession. But, you know, to sit after work, after practice, to get some more catches in one-on-one against the air, just to get that comfort level and have that rapport down with the quarterback and the wide receivers.
Hines Ward from Football Night in America is with us here on Mike and Mike in the Morning. I think all of us feel like so long as, the good news is it's November 14th. So if this is a 2 or a 3 week situation, maybe they stumble a little bit without him. But big picture, if this were to be a team that had to go without Ben Roethlisberger, do you think this is a team that could still compete for a Super Bowl?
Well, the defense is going to always keep the Pittsburgh Steelers in a lot of ball games, but these next 3 games are very crucial for the Pittsburgh Steelers because of their schedule. You know, playing Baltimore 2 times in 3 weeks and then going to Cleveland, who, you know, Cleveland Browns, this always seems to play Pittsburgh's tough, especially when they're up in Cleveland. So it's going to be a tough stretch of games. This is going to determine kind of where the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to go on and, you know, if they're going to have success later on down the road and get a chance to make a playoff run. So over this stretch of 3 games is very important for this organization.
Former Super Bowl MVP Hines Ward from the Steelers with us on Mike and Mike now from Football Night in America. One other thing, Hines, not sure if you've heard any of this morning, but there's a story in the New York Daily News with a variety of unnamed players taking critical shots at Tim Tebow, frankly, and just generally at the organization. A lot of unnamed players, anonymous players, as Herman says, not putting their name to it and speaking badly about one player on the team and generally about the team which is not playing well. I'm not sure if that's something you ever had to deal with in your career, but when guys are talking in the paper and they're not putting their names to it and things are going bad, if you're one of the leaders on that team, Hines, what do you have to do?
You know what? You have to bring the guys together and put it all on out there in the front and open. You know, if you have a problem with a player, don't run to the media and go out there and put business out there. You know, you want to keep it in the locker room amongst each other. And when the story starts to leak out like that, you start to question, you know, you walk in the building like, who actually said that? You know, you question everybody. And as I remember, when Tebow was with Denver Broncos, didn't they beat the Jets?
They did, yes. He beat them. He beat them on a big run late.
If he's so terrible, that makes the defense and whoever the other guys play, that makes them even more terrible because he beat them when he was in Denver. So you hate to see this because this is unnecessary drama that has to happen. And for New York Jets, they're trying to win ball games. You really don't need teammates talking about teammates, especially not putting their names, you know, who actually said that he's terrible.
Well said. Hines Ward, again, if you want to train with him for the 2013 Ironman World Championship in Hawaii, you can apply at gotchocolatemilk.com. 140 miles swimming, biking, and running. Hines,
What's the over-under?
I'm picking you. Hey, Hines, I'm going with you, but I'm going to tell you this. During all that event, don't drink milk. You'll cramp up, partner. Drink water.
I got to drink chocolate milk to help recover.
Oh, you can recover, but when you're doing the event, don't be drinking no milk, man.
Come on.
I know one thing. Hines will have a smile on his face,
yes,
just like he hit somebody. It's just like he hit a DB.
That he will. And everybody in Baltimore will be hoping he doesn't make it. Congratulations, Hines. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Anytime, guys.
That's Hines Ward on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Again, last time we saw him, he was critiquing my dancing. Now he's got thoughts of other kinds. I want to get into some of these injured quarterbacks and the impact on their teams, and particularly we'll get from Stink how the offensive and offensive lines will handle those situations. We'll do that in 3 minutes on Mike and Mike.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free. Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into L.A. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove. Nice pass. But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Tonight on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. UCLA holds a half-game lead over USC when they face off at the Rose Bowl this weekend. Touchdown! The winner comes away with the Pac-12 South Division title and will advance to the Pac-12 title game. The 18th-ranked USC Trojans at the 17th-ranked UCLA Bruins, Saturday at 2 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Jimmy Johnson has hit the wall. Keselowski threads the needle as cars crash to the checkered flag.
With chase tensions at their peak, Brad Keselowski, the brash, fearless challenger, tries to hold off Jimmy Johnson, the 5-time champ. One race to determine the championship and earn a spot in history. The Ford EcoBoost 400 at Homestead, Miami, Sunday at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
The young people always make the same mistake in sports. You judge everything on wins and losses. It's not just that. It's called discernment. Tebow can win individual games. You can't build franchises around guys who are mechanically flawed and who can't make basic NFL throws. You're going to have to be so good everywhere else to win games, and no general manager, owner, or head coach wants to have to build a team that's so great everywhere else that a mechanically flawed quarterback can win. A lot of you young people just don't get this. Go ask your more successful older brother. It's not about talent. It's, am I willing to build a company around you? Cam Newton can win games. Do you want to build an organization around his persona and maturity? So when you're building an organization, a National Football League team, you're asking a lot of big questions that go beyond talent.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
Stores. Good morning. I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Come to the Mercedes-Benz winter event right off in the redesigned 2013 GLK SUV with nearly 1,000 refinements. Let the holiday shopping begin. Visit searchmercedes.com today. Knicks and Nets, both winners last night. Details in a moment. First, big story in this morning's Daily News. Several unnamed Jets players taking shots at Tim Tebow. A defensive starter says, quote, he's terrible. Another starter says, you can't just line up with the Wildcat all the time. Meanwhile, one says, we can't win running that bleep. One says, now we're depending on miracles. That within an member of the Jets organization. Fallout begins on a 3-6 Jets season that seems to only be headed in darker places. The Knicks beat the Magic 99-89. Carmelo Anthony, 25 points. Knicks end the game on a 20-9 run to improve to 5-0. The Nets have won 3 straight. They beat the Cavaliers 114-101. Darren Williams, 26 points. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and Mike in our Sports Center, brought to you by Western Union. This holiday season, send the gift of possibility, a qualifying money transfer from Western Union, and be automatically entered for a chance to win $100,000. Plus, there are daily $1,000 winners. Visit westernunion.com/possibilities to learn more. All right, we are jam-packed. We got Herman Edwards in all morning long for Golic. We got Mark Schlereth in studio right now for just another hour of our week. We have the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell, live tomorrow at this time. Don't miss the commish. Tomorrow, Roger Goodell on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline, live at this time right here on Mike and Mike. And is Shefty ready to go? We got Adam Schefter, our NFL insider, right now on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Shefty, let's run around the league. I know you're traveling this morning, so we'll get right to the point. Quarterback situations: Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Chicago, and Philadelphia. Take me through the injuries and the possibilities of these guys playing.
Well, I think first and foremost, to go in your order, I think, Greeny, I don't think anybody expects to see Ben Roethlisberger on Sunday. The question is whether he'll be back to the next game against the Baltimore Ravens on December 3rd. I think that's the more realistic question at this point in time. Jay Cutler, there seems to be some mystery surrounding him. I think the fact that he's had the history of concussions that he has reduces the chances that he'll be ready for Monday night's game against the 49ers, though I don't think the Bears have a decision one way or another. And I think the 49ers believe that Alex Smith will be ready on Monday night, though. They've got to put him through the proper testing this week. But they feel pretty good and optimistic that he'll be able to go against the Chicago Bears on Monday night. And Nick Foles will start on Sunday for the Philadelphia Eagles, so there's no question there. It'll be Foles against the Redskins.
Maybe the only real question in Philadelphia is it Foles the rest of the way? With that team, at this point, realistically, hopelessly out of it, is it time just to give over to the rookie there and see what he can do for the future? Do you think Foles keeps that job all year?
Well, they have to see whether he can play or not. That's the first thing. The second thing is Nick Foles, it's not going to be easy playing behind that offensive line, which has only one starter in place from last year, Evan Mathis. Okay, they're doing it with patchwork tackles right now. Demetrius Bell, King Dunlap, even Evan Mathis, the one guard that was left from last year's starting line, was limping around at the end of the game last week, so he can't be operating at full strength. And it's going to be difficult for Nick Foles to get out there and last because of the protection that he's afforded. And this is the time of year also. If you go back to last year, this is when we see this happen. Right around the Thanksgiving time, it becomes a battle of attrition, a war of attrition here, where last year the Bears lost Jay Cutler and lost their season, basically. The Houston Texans lost Matt Schaub, and they were able to rally behind T.J. Yates, but they did lose in Baltimore in the postseason, and I think with Schaub they might have had a better chance to win that game. So always this is the time of the year where we see injuries really take effect, and there's no more position that with any more significance to the quarterback position.
You talk about the battle of attrition right now. Andy Reid also kind of on the hot seat. Speaking of battles of attrition, the Cowboys, there was all kinds of speculation about Jason Garrett. What are you hearing about the whole Cowboys situation? Because of Mike Holmgren, that name has surfaced out there. They've talked about that. Is that a realistic thing, or do you think this whole Cowboys thing has just been overblown as far as their coach is concerned?
Well, I think it's always going to be topic of attention with the Dallas Cowboys performing to the average ways that they have. And that's really what they've been. They've been an average team. They've been a 500 team. They come out and they can play a game where they look good like they did against Philadelphia, and now they come home to play Cleveland this week. I mean, they got a chance here with the schedule to really string together some wins. Dallas has got 3 straight home games right now. Cleveland, Washington on Thanksgiving, Philly at home. Now, if the Dallas Cowboys are doing what's expected, they should be reeling off 3 straight wins, and any questions about Jason Garrett's job security will vanish with each win that they ring up. But that's a question of whether this team, which has been habitually a 500 team, can take care of its business, do what it's supposed to, win the games it's supposed to. The schedule shapes up for Dallas to make a real run here. And if they could do that, there are no questions about Jason Garrett's job and his future. If they can't take care of what they're supposed to, they lose to a team like Cleveland, they lose to one of their divisional opponents at home when they shouldn't, you're going to hear more of those questions about his future.
It certainly seems that there are a lot of places right now where coaches are getting a little agitated, and you heard it with North Turner, you know, that his name is out there, Andy Reid, and there are other places. Shefty, we know you're traveling. Thanks a million. That's Adam Schefter on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. We'll get more from Shefty a little bit later because I want to turn the backup quarterback discussion over to you guys. Again, Herman Edwards in our studio, longtime player, longtime coach. Mark Schlereth in our studio, offensive lineman. And let's start there. When we'll start with Pittsburgh. Critical game against the Ravens, a team that knows them inside and out. If there's one thing Ben Roethlisberger does better than maybe any quarterback in the league, it is extend plays. You might not automatically associate with him because he doesn't run around back there like some guys do, but he extends plays like nobody's business. Byron Leftwich does not. Byron Leftwich is a huge guy who is standing in one spot and he's not moving. How does that change the way that they prepare, and particularly if you're a guy in that offensive line?
Well, it really doesn't change much. I mean, you're always trying to keep your quarterback clean. You're always trying to get him to have the ability to throw from the pocket. And Ben Roethlisberger, we make so much of his extending the plays that we forget that he's a darn good pocket quarterback, right? That he is excellent in that vein. So for us, I think up front, and if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers right now, you're really focused, Todd Haley, the offensive coordinator, is focused on how can we continue to run the ball and stay out of third down and long situations, because that's where you're going to get in trouble. If you're inconsistently in third down and 7+ with Byron Leftwich, you're in trouble. He's got that big elongated motion, that throwing motion. And that's a really difficult thing because it takes extra time for him to get the ball out of his hands. So you've got to stay out of those situations. And that's the biggest thing. It really doesn't change much. Guys that extend plays and guys that make plays, it's not like you're going, okay, I'm going to block this thing differently because I know Ben Roethlisberger can extend a play. You never think that way. You're always thinking about keeping your guy clean. And then the bottom line is this. If a guy gets an edge on you and it's late, just try to wash him by the quarterback and give the quarterback lanes to throw through. We always think about throwing the ball. We don't think about scrambling and running the ball. And so it really doesn't change a whole lot from that offensive line perspective.
Herman, let me get to you on this. I think that they know for sure what's going to happen in Pittsburgh. He's not playing this week. And they know that, so they have the week to prepare that way. If you're in San Francisco, if you're in Chicago, and I'm not sure what the level of certainty is in Chicago yet, at what point as the head coach do you want to make that decision firm? Okay, if we're going to go with the backup, now I'm going to get him out there so I can start getting him ready immediately, get as many reps as I can, get a game plan built around him. At what point in the week do you want to make sure you can make that decision so that you can put everything you have into preparation with the guy who will actually be on the field?
Well, the good thing, if there's any good about this, is that basically Wednesday and Thursday, the backup guy's probably taking all the reps. And if the starter can play, then Friday you get him in the mix. But you're going to let, for the bulk of the practices right now, the backup quarterback actually is taking all the reps. Because remember, even if he can come back, you're one hit away from him leaving again. He's just had a concussion, so they bring him back. I mean, as we know, you're going to play football. It's not like when you go out there, people are going to say, don't hit you. They're going to try to hit you, right? So that's part of it. So you could lose the starting quarterback within a series. So the backup guy is going to get a lot of the reps. The starting quarterback understands reps. Friday will be an important practice for him, red zone, special situations. But for the bulk of the practice, running the offense that you want to run, you want to make sure that backup is getting the reps.
The one place where it's really different would be in San Francisco, because where they go is they go to Colin Kaepernick, and that is an entirely different style of quarterback. Alex Smith plays the game one way, and Kaepernick, and I watched, he played this pretty much the whole game this past week against the Rams, and I watched a lot of it. I really liked a lot of what I saw from Kaepernick. He has a different running style than many of the other running quarterbacks. I saw a lot of things about him I like.
He's an incredibly athletic, big, tall kid. He can throw it too. Now he can sling it, but what you have to understand is it really doesn't change as much as you think it changes. They run a lot of specialty, the wild cap, if you will.
Yeah.
They run a lot of specialty stuff, but he also functions out of that offense, out of that regular offense. And don't ever forget that Alex Smith is an incredible athlete. Remember last year, the Saints, that boot keep that he went about 40 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah.
They run a lot of quarterback keep stuff with him. They run a lot of, I've seen them run a bunch of quarterback counter. They've run some that same wildcat aspect with Alex Smith. So it doesn't change as much as you think it does just because Kaepernick's going to play. He has command of the entire offense. He just has some specialty plays that he runs that Alex Smith doesn't.
Fair enough. Herman, I got to take a quick break here. I want to come back. I want a little more on this. And then yesterday on our show, on Mike and Mike, we do the best of the NFL every Tuesday. I did my power rankings. I did my top 5 teams in the NFL, and I did it using the eye test. Because everyone's so crazy about the eye test in college football. I thought I would use the eye test. So I'll give you my eye test. 5 best teams in football. See what you guys think, because Golick basically made fun of me. Mike and Mike presented by Progressive Insurance. Just plug Snapshot into your car. Your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. The real top 5 next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
The Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show.
With the way the New York Knicks are playing, if Melo continues to flow like this, which he is fully capable of, and they win basketball games, how can you possibly eliminate him from MVP conversation?
I think it's
in the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate argument, because I think the Knicks are going to be fighting for one of those top couple seeds in the East.
I agree.
The Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show from 1 to 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on Ford Select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good-sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
The Atlanta Falcons are very similar to Ben Affleck. I really liked Argo, and I loved the town, but I can't forget Jersey Girl, Pearl Harbor, or 200 Cigarettes. So listen, Atlanta, I am impressed with your recent films, but a 24-2 drubbing to the Giants last year in the playoffs, or a 48-21 drubbing to Green Bay at home, very fresh in my mind.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
I'm a champion, realize Shaq's mechanism. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hi, Shaquille O'Neal for Rad. This is not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting,
getting chewed out by
so
your
why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
Good morning. I'm Jared Matz with Mike and Mike. It's ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer, where you can lease a 2013 Sonata for just $179 a month. Hurry. Savings at every turn sales event ends October 31st. Call 1-877-216-4114 for details. This afternoon, Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco talking about the Knicks' unbelievable start to the season. 5-0. They've won 5 straight games by double figures for the first time in franchise history. Last night, Carmelo at 25, 21 apiece for J.R. Smith and Raymond Felton as the Knicks beat the Magic 99-89. Tomorrow, the Knicks will be in San Antonio. The Nets continue their winning ways. Brooklyn has now taken 3 straight in the win column and took care of the Cavaliers last night, 114-101. I'm Jared Mack.
This is ESPN Radio. We're presented by Progressive Insurance on your TV on ESPN2. Golick with the day off, so Herman Edwards in for him. Mark Schlereth in our studio talking lots of football. In just a moment, I will give you my eye test top 5 in the NFL, but I want to finish up the conversation we were having about just how different it is with backup quarterbacks. So Chicago's going with Jason Campbell. I don't think San Francisco's going to wind up going with Kaepernick, but if they did, Steelers clearly look like they're going to go with Byron Leftwich. And then in Philly, maybe it's what they would have wanted to do anyway. They go with Nick Foles. Herman, you had a thought on where these things pick up?
Well, when you talk about Kaepernick, if they have to go with him, he brings a different dimension. And you're right. Mark mentioned about Alex Smith. He's an athletic guy. They've got some design runs for Alex Smith at times, especially in third down situations where they struggle. They're 35% on third downs. But the issue with Kaepernick is that he has a elongated delivery. Okay, and so that's not a bad thing, but he's going to have to learn how to, like Byron Leftwich, right. He has a elongated delivery. When you're in the back end of your defense, you can read that. You like quarterbacks that have elongated delivery. Now, the ball comes out of his hand very quickly. Once he lets it go, he's got some power behind it. But his asset is this. He can run, and you like the way he ran, Green. You said that. I like the way he got to run. But remember, they don't pay the quarterback to run. Yeah, they don't pay quarterbacks to run in the league. They pay quarterback to play inside the pocket. That's why they protect him. That's why the rules are in. That's why they make all the money. But if he would have to play, he'd bring a different dimension. And if you're defensively defending a guy like this, you always have to be worried about his ability to run the ball. Not only just on the known downs, but in third downs.
Right.
Because in third down situations, you're sitting there, 3rd and 5s. They got you now because they got an extra runner. He becomes the runner, and that's always good.
Third downs, and I always go back to kind of my experience with John Elway. John Elway used to say, first and second down, that's what they pay you guys for. Third down, that's what I get paid for. And the thing about a quarterback, especially as a backup quarterback, I always tell backup quarterbacks when they would come into a game for us and have to play, or a young quarterback, keep us out of 3rd and long. If it's 2nd down and 10, and each scramble for 4 yards, get us in 3rd and 6. But don't have us in 3rd and 10. Don't, because you're going to struggle. The defense is going to dictate to us as opposed to us dictating to the defense. You keep us out of 3rd and long, and we're going to be fine. You're going to stay clean, and we're going to have a chance to win. If we're consistently in 3rd down and long, we don't have a chance.
And when you play with a young quarterback, the thing you realize is this: the more that he has the ability to stay out of 3rd and long, as you said, but when he throws the football, if he can, keep it outside the numbers. Not as many bodies inside. When you throw it inside, a lot of bodies in there, a lot of defenders are inside. Let him have some clear reads where you create formations for the guy where he knows, I got one-on-one over there. I can look over there and go, oh, he got him beat, I can throw it, or he's covered. When you start throwing the ball inside the numbers, you got to make sure you know what you're looking at.
We are Mike and Mike. We're brought to you in part by StubHub, a proud sponsor of ESPN Radio's College Game Day Tour, starting at noon Eastern live from Eugene, Oregon this Saturday. StubHub, where football fans go when they want to find great seats for the season's biggest games. StubHub, where do you want to sit? College football, we know now, is the sport where they determine things by the eye test. People just disregard data. They don't pay any attention to what the numbers actually say, to what teams have actually accomplished. They just look, and they say, well, I think that team is better than that team, and thus those two teams are going to wind up playing for the championship. That's the way this thing is going, and I've been railing about that all week here, and more than just a week. Now, Golic, I think it's easy to understand why people are willing to discount Golic's passion on this subject of Notre Dame being unfairly left out of the top 2 in college football, because he's a Notre Dame guy, but more significantly, his sons are on the team. I get that. I don't have that. Now, I do root for them because I've known Mikey Golic since he was 10, and to see him getting this chance to live his dream, I'm thrilled for him. But that's not why I'm making the argument. I can't imagine anything stupider than deciding the championship in a sport based upon people's opinion who have nothing to do with it. If you're not going to be able to let everyone play it out, then put into a computer what they've actually accomplished and let that determine who has actually achieved the most. So if we're going to discount what teams have achieved, then just go with the eye test. Then I can play that game, too.
All right.
Yesterday on Mike and Mike's Best of the NFL, I gave you my power rankings, my top 5 teams in the NFL based upon my eye test.
Okay.
This is what I see. This is how I would rank these teams right now. I'll throw them at you. You guys tell me what you think. Number 5, the Chicago Bears. I would have had them a little higher before the game on Sunday night. I think that was a game that maybe in some ways you throw out a little bit because of the weather and Cutler gets hurt. But overall, I think 5 is right around where they belong.
Did?
You look like you want to react.
No, I was going to let you go through it. I'll let you go
through all of them, yeah.
Number 4, and this is where Golic got really mad, the Houston Texans. I think the Houston, I understand their record is outstanding, but I'm just counting the record. I'm just giving you the eye test. I think the Houston Texans are a team itching to get beat, and teams just can't seem to figure out a way to do it. Number 3, the Atlanta Falcons, who actually impressed me more in their loss to New Orleans this past week than they have in a lot of wins. They didn't find a way to totally pull that game out at the end, but Matty Ice got them close. He has repeatedly pulled them out of the fire in fourth quarters. I thought they looked much better Sunday losing that game than they did winning games earlier against Carolina and Oakland. Number 2, believe it or not, I understand the record, is the Green Bay Packers. The Packers really only have 2 losses this season. One of them was not a game they really lost. It was taken from them on the worst call you'll ever see in your life. They have played and shellacked the Bears and Texans this year. They're coming on right now. Their defense is playing much better, and they have the best quarterback in the sport. And number 1, in my opinion, by my eye test right now, the best team in professional football, the team that I would favor against any team they played on a neutral field, is the Denver Broncos. I think the Denver Broncos right now, with the way their defense is playing, with Peyton playing the way he's playing, and they're only getting better, not to mention the schedule they have the rest of the way, I'm not sure they're going to lose another game. So to me, they're the best team. So my eye test, discounting the data, I have the Bears 5, Texans 4, Falcons 3, Packers 2, and Broncos 1. Mark Schlereth, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I would put Houston at the top of my list. I think they're a physical team. I think they know obviously they know how to run the ball. They've got a great play action scheme off all their run. So I would put them at number 1. But listen, in this day and age of football, is there really a clear number 1? I mean, you take those top 5. I don't have any issue with your top 5 there. San Francisco, are they in it? Depends, right? You could look at them and say, I think it's 6-2-1. They're still a really good football team.
They're not as good as they were last year, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that right now.
They absolutely should have lost that game Sunday to the Rams. The Rams had that game won 3 different times.
Well, and San Francisco had it won on a 41-yard missed field goal. So
that's true.
I get it. I understand that aspect of it. But I think you look at this thing, people will look at Green Bay. I agree with you. The best quarterback in the league right now, Green Bay. They're going to get healthy. They've been doing this. They went into the bye week, but they've been doing this with second and third wide receivers. They haven't had their complete core of wide receivers. Jennings been out with a hammy. They've had other guys miss time. So I'm with you there. In Denver, Peyton Manning. So I get all that stuff. I'd still put Houston at number 1, but I don't have a problem with your top 5, Greeny.
Quickly, Herman, and we'll have more off the top.
Yeah, your top 5 is fine. I still think you got to add San Francisco in there. I just think, I don't know if there's a top 5. I mean, we always want to put 5. Why does it always have to be 5? Why can't it be 7, 6? I mean, so.
Well, there's something nice about 5.
Yeah.
There's something satisfying about 5.
Why can't it just be 3?
Well, there's something less psychologically satisfying.
Not an even number.
Yeah.
Well, neither is 5 last time I checked, unless you're doing some new math that I don't know about.
There's something psychologically satisfying about 5.
Whoever made that up, 5. Why does it have to be 5?
Let's go top 6.
Only 2 teams playing the Super Bowl.
Let's go find that guy. It should be 5.
5's 5.
We're back with more thoughts. We have 5 seconds. Back in just a moment. I'm Mike and Mike.
ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Yo, Eli, you see my Dunkin' Smoked Sausage Breakfast Sandwich? It's gone.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Then what's with the Dunkin' Donuts bag in your locker? It still smells like smoked sausage.
Oh, that smoked sausage breakfast sandwich. It was delicious.
Ooh, talk about a quarterback sneak.
Eli loves Dunkin's unmistakably tasty smoked sausage breakfast sandwich. Grab yours today. Eli runs on Dunkin', the official coffee of the Giants. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Busy day, huh, Jen? What do you say you and I get cozy?
No, but thanks.
Oh, no, I meant with the mint hot chocolate from Dunkin' Donuts. Warms you up and the minty taste chills you out.
Ooh, sounds great.
Then we can grab some dinner.
No, sorry.
Try a mint hot chocolate from Dunkin' Donuts. It has a minty cool taste that keeps you warm. Hurry in for a mint hot chocolate today. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Stop by Dunkin' Donuts and get a freshly brewed coffee. America runs on Dunkin'.
8:55, good morning. I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. We go around the league now, driven by Ford Lincoln of Queens in Jamaica, home of the K's. Keys giving you a chance to win the all-new 2013 Ford Fusion SE. Carmelo Anthony, a monster last night, offensively and defensively late in the game. Scored 25 points. The Knicks beat the Magic 99-89 to get to 5-0. Jason Kidd loves what he sees in Melo.
He's been great since coming off that gold medal. Training camp, I thought he had a great training camp. He's been talking, and in the fourth quarter, he kept telling everybody we need to get another stop, He's our leader, so he's been great. He's been off the charts playing both sides of the ball, and also I thought tonight was big because he accepted the double team, and he made the extra pass.
The Knicks 5-0. The other 2 times they've started a season like this, they went to the NBA championship. Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco this afternoon on ESPN New York. Nets beat the Cavaliers 114-101. As the Nets hit 54.5% of the shots, 26 points for D. Will. I'm Jared Max.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
You know, I've always found it interesting when the rich father hands his sons the business, how it works out. George Steinbrenner, Dr. Jerry Buss with the Lakers. Sometimes it works. But the one thing the kids of the rich dad don't have is that hunger, is that thirst, is that fear, is that desperation. It's funny about that whole thing. Proximity doesn't really guarantee greatness. It's about that relentless 24/7 drive. There is something about the rich dad, no matter if he passes on the DNA, there is something about him, a fight, a focus, a fear, whatever it is, an it quality that is almost impossible to replicate.
Your Radio Sports Center.
But that's Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio. Every hour starts with Sports Center. Baseball, huge trade, and frankly, it's a joke. The Marlins sent Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, Mark Burley, John Buck, Emilio Bonifacio, basically everybody but Giancarlo Stanton, to the Blue Jays for essentially a selection of kids. It's all about dumping a bunch of salary. A year after opening their new ballpark, which was built largely with taxpayer money, it's a disaster. We talked with Buster about it. We talked with Darren Ravel about it, who says, unfortunately, the good people of Miami have no recourse whatsoever. It's an embarrassment for the franchise. Davey Johnson and Bob Melvin voted managers of the year. Knicks still the only unbeaten team in the NBA. They beat the Magic by 10. They're 5-0 for the third time in team history. Spurs beat the Lakers 84-82. Lakers' first loss since firing Mike Brown. Raptors over the Pacers 74-72. Here's an interesting note. The Raptors win the game despite scoring only 5 points in the fourth quarter. The Nets beat the Cavs 114-101. Deron Williams had 26. College basketball, Michigan beat Cleveland State by 30. And good games in the Champions Classic. Duke over Kentucky, Michigan State over Kansas. We'll have the coach of the number one team in the country, Tom Crean from Indiana, live in 15 minutes here on Mike and Mike. And Ben Roethlisberger's injury to his shoulder, diagnosed as a sprain. Do not expect to see him this Sunday against Baltimore. And that is Sports Center, brought to you by Sport Clips. Sport Clips is America's haircut place for men and boys. You don't need an appointment. Just walk in, kick back, and take a man break 7 days a week. Visit sportclips.com for a location near you and ask for the MVP treatment. Sport Clips, it's good to be a guy. Oh, yeah, Mike and Mike back and better than ever. ESPN Radio live on your TV on ESPN2. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. What could be easier for me than the morning I'm having? My good friend Herman Edwards in studio for Golic all morning. Our buddy Mark Schlereth has shown up. He spent some time with us here talking football. Just another hour of our weekend. We extend it a little extra time from Stink, a little overtime, if you will.
Right. Exactly.
By the way, did you ever play an overtime game in the NFL?
Oh, sure.
Please tell me you knew the rule. Please tell me you knew that when that game, if it went 15 minutes in OT, you knew it was going to end in a tie.
I mean, I know it now. Did I know it when I was playing? This is the honest.
How do you not know that?
Because it's not. For me, it's not relevant. It's not relevant.
It's not relevant?
No, it's not relevant. It's not what I'm not in charge. I'm not the quarterback. I'm not the head coach. It's not my job. I do my job. You know what's funny? I would walk, and we get done playing a big game, get a big win, right?
Yeah.
It'd be in the locker room changing, and some reporter would come to you and say, man, that was a huge win. Yeah, man, that was awesome. What do you think about next week's matchup? I don't know who we play next week. That was my focus. I was like, I don't know. I don't know who we have next week. I have not paid attention to that.
I get that. But how do you not know that the game can end in a tie? First and foremost, it has happened before. Are you not watching? You're not paying attention?
No. The last time it happened was what?
2008, 4 years ago.
How many guys, the league changes. Your average career lasts 3.4 years. Those guys weren't paying attention that came in. Golston does. I mean, he wasn't paying attention.
Two guys in that game said, I didn't even know why all the guys were walking out onto the field.
Right.
Someone told me the game's over. It's a tie. Herman, please.
Yeah.
Help me.
You explain that to your football team.
Yeah. You explain that.
That's like in the first meeting in training camp.
But how many guys were listening when you were explaining it?
They better be listening.
They obviously weren't listening well.
They were sleeping in my meeting.
Mike of the morning. All right, Herman and Mark are here. So here's the deal. Eye test, right? Everyone's telling me the eye test. It's all about the eye test in college football. The eye test is going to determine which two teams play in the national championship game. So I gave you my own eye test.
Right.
And I threw it up on Twitter. I threw it up on our show yesterday on the Mike and Mike's Best of the NFL, and I give it to you here. This is my eye test. To my eye, the number 5 team in the NFL is Chicago. The number 4 team is the Houston Texans. The number 3 team is the Falcons. Number 2 is the Packers, and number 1 is the Broncos. I would favor the Broncos right now against any team in the NFL if they played them on a neutral field. That's my eye test. And here's what makes the eye test so stupid. Is Mark Schlereth doesn't agree with me. Herman Edwards doesn't agree with me. 90% of the people on my Twitter at ESPN Greeny don't agree with me, and 10% do. 10% are like, Greeny, thank you for saying that. Finally, someone realizes this, that, and the other. That's the point. The eye test is just a bunch of different people's subjective opinion. It doesn't make any sense to decide anything in college football this way.
But here's the issue. It depends what eyes are looking at it. Right? Yeah, some eyes have more credibility than other eyes, right? And that's the issue. Yeah, the numbers never lie, but they never tell the truth. Right, they never tell the whole story of a game. I look at statistics. I can show you eight ways to Sunday, different statistics that don't mean anything. But we look at them and go, ooh, wow, that's a great statistic. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
I agree.
You talked about the Atlanta Falcons and how good the Atlanta Falcons looked in a loss.
I thought so.
I looked at it completely on the opposite side of that. They got thunder punched in the mouth. I was concerned. I watched the Atlanta Falcons. Here's a New Orleans Saints defense that hasn't gotten after anybody. And I know they gave up a bunch of yards because they were in a bunch of man coverage because they blitzed them, physically got after the quarterback. I thought they played as aggressive in a game as I've seen. And on the offensive side of the ball, ran the ball down their throats when they needed to. I mean, that to me is concerning. Both lines of scrimmage got dominated. Atlanta did by the New Orleans Saints, a team on the defensive side that had been dominated by everybody. Now, they gave up a bunch of yards, Greeny. They gave up a bunch of yards, so you can look and say, hey, again, they had over 400 yards, whatever. I don't even know what the yardage was.
Ryan threw for 400.
Right. They had over 400 yards. But when you looked at the line of scrimmage, I was looking at going, New Orleans is taking it to Atlanta in this game. And so that eyeball test for me said, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit. Come December and come January, when you start facing really good physical teams, this concerns me for playoff football in Atlanta.
That's good. Herman, agree or disagree?
I like Houston. He makes a great point.
Okay, let's get to Houston.
I love what he's saying.
Okay, let's get to Houston. What do you like about him?
Well, I like a lot of things about him. First of all, they control the clock. They keep the ball about 34 minutes a game. They've got a powerful running attack. Quarterback doesn't turn the ball over, only 7 interceptions. They can control the game. They control the tempo of the game. And then defensively, they're really good. And I thought the test for me was how physical this defense was going to be against Chicago Bears. And we can say the conditions were bad. Conditions were bad, both teams. But this is the team that plays in the dome. That was a concern. When they get outside in the weather, because as we talk about the playoffs and we paint this pretty picture of the playoffs, most playoff games are played outside. The last time I checked, most of them you have to play outdoors. Mm-hmm. And by the way, after Thanksgiving, the leaves come off the tree. It gets a little colder.
Does.
Things happen. So defensively, second in the National Football League. Can't run it against them. Third in the National Football League. Third in pass defense. They're a very solid football team.
Here's why I put my top 3 teams where I did. Because as a fan and an observer, it seems to me that when we get into big games late and when the good teams play each other, these games are going to be close. Generally speaking, we see offenses start to take these games over in fourth quarters. And I want to see the teams whose quarterbacks I have faith in engineering those game-winning drives in the fourth quarter. I want to see a quarterback who's going to score me 14 fourth-quarter points. I think Matt Ryan's going to do it. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to do it. I think Peyton Manning is going to do it. And I'm not saying Matt Schaub can't do it, but I haven't seen Matt Schaub do it.
Well, because he hasn't been in the playoffs yet.
Well, I'm saying. But when Matt Schaub shows me he can do it, then the Texans – and look, I picked the Texans to win the Super Bowl before the season began. And I know they beat Denver early this year when Denver was still sort of finding their way. And the Texans are excellent. They do everything well. But you give them the ball a minute 15 on their own 20-yard line, and they got to go the length of the field to go to the Super Bowl. I know Peyton Manning can do it. I know Aaron Rodgers can do it. I believe Matt Ryan can do it. I need to see Matt Schaub do it, and that's my one concern.
Well, and this is one of those situations where, listen, the game hasn't changed that much. As much as we like to say, hey, this is a passing league, and you got to be able to throw the ball, and that's true. I mean, you score points that way. But the one thing that will never change about this league, you have to block people and you have to tackle people. And if you can't block and tackle people, i.e. the Philadelphia Eagles, guess what? You're not going to succeed. I don't care how much speed you have. I don't care how much talent you have. I don't care outside the numbers how many skilled position players you have. If you can't block people and you can't tackle people, you can't win in this league. And so that's what it comes down to when Herm says he likes the Houston Texans. I do too, because they can run it, they can block people, they can dominate a line of scrimmage. And I think doing those things opens up your opportunities for one-on-one coverages with your quarterback, and that quarterback I think can get those things done.
Yeah, you make a great point with Schaub and the fact that their whole passing game is really dictated by their run game.
Yeah.
And when they can't run it, the play-action pass is really it doesn't hold up.
Right.
They're not a drop-back football team. They would like to play-action pass you. He does an excellent job with that with Owens and Johnson. They've got some guys that can make some big plays. But that whole team is predicated off the way they run the football. They set the table. They set the table with the run. They got a powerful runner who can also run it, but he can also catch it out of the backfield. So I just like the way they're balanced on offense.
Like the way they're built.
Yeah, and defensively, yeah. I tell you what now, they're good at all 3 levels now. They can rush you. They can cover you. I mean, they do some good things.
All right, Mike in the morning, couple of things going on here. Herman's got to go over and do Sports Center. So, Herm, you run over there. They need you. Herm will be back here with us shortly. Stink, I'm not sure what your schedule is. I know that Tom Crean is coming up next, and we have some news here. Not a surprise, certainly what we've been expecting. According to a team source, Byron Leftwich will start at quarterback for the Steelers Sunday against the Ravens, replacing the injured Ben Roethlisberger. A source confirmed a FoxSports.com tweet that Roethlisberger was out and Leftwich will get the start. I did see that earlier. Jay Glazer was tweeting that. So Leftwich will start. It's exactly what we expected. It will be Leftwich against the Ravens on Sunday, so at least the Steelers know that. They can move forward. Herman goes to do Sports Center. Tom Crean is on the way. Much more football, including your critiques of my eye test top 5 after this word from 1-800-Flowers.com, where they know that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. And that's why they created beautiful centerpieces that'll bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebrations. 1-800-Flowers. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. A handcrafted autumn centerpiece that includes a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and a whole lot more. They sent one to my house. It's absolutely gorgeous. You find it right now, right in the center of my kitchen. And for a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece using our name, Mike, you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99. That's a savings of $10. More beautiful flowers, larger centerpiece, same-day delivery, so don't wait. To order this or other Thanksgiving arrangements, go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or your mobile device. Click on the radio microphone and enter Mike. That's 1-800-Flowers.com and type in Mike, or call 1-800-Flowers. And if you do, make sure you mention Mike and Mike for the gorgeous and beautiful deals on the Thanksgiving centerpiece. Coach of the number one team in the country is next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
Time now to talk to O.C. Umanura. Tell us what happened against Cincinnati.
We got beat.
Why?
I don't know, man. I guess some people wanted an extra bye week, I guess. I don't know what happened out there. That was unfortunate.
O.C., are you concerned about the way this team is playing?
Yeah. Now's not really the time to be playing bad football the way we've been playing, so.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Black Sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Jimmy Johnson has hit the wall. Keselowski threads the needle as cars crash to the checkered flag.
With chase tensions at their peak, Brad Keselowski, the brash, fearless challenger, tries to hold off Jimmy Johnson, the 5-time champ. One race to determine the championship and earn a spot in history. The Ford EcoBoost 400 at Homestead, Miami, Sunday at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Beyond. Good morning. I'm Jared Mack with Mike and Mike. It's 9:15 ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Flushing Bank. Open a Flushing Bank free business checking account, $10,000 or more, and get an 8-gigabyte touchscreen tablet for free. Visit a branch or flushingbank.com for details. And equal housing lender. Knicks last night beat the Magic 99-89 in Orlando, 25 points for Carmelo Anthony.
Everyone's talking about how you've raised the level a bit since this summer in the Olympics. I mean, you were already a star. You talked about the new improved Melo, the new Melo.
Well, I mean, I don't know about a new Melo. It's just my focus level is real high right now. And I know what I want, for myself, for the team. And it starts with me to go out there and lead us on both ends of the court. And it's carrying over to everybody else. Everybody's feeding off of each other's energy. And we're 5-0 right now.
Knicks last night led by only 1 point at the break. They closed the game on a 20-9 run, beating the Magic 99-89. Knicks look to go to 6-0 tomorrow in San Antonio. Look at the Brooklyn Nets. They've now won 3 straight, improving to 4-2. Nets beat the Cavaliers 114-101 behind 26 points from Darren Williams, another 25 for Joe Johnson. The Jets release Aaron Maven. Several Jets players release on Tim Tebow in the Daily News. I'm Jared Max.
Hey, Herman Edwards in all morning. He'll be back. He's going off to do Sports Center, but right now, very pleased to welcome to Mike and Mike, the head coach of the #1 team. Now, here's my deal, Stink.
Yes.
I went to school in the Big Ten.
Yes.
And so
Northwestern
I'm
guy.
a Big Ten fan. I support Big Ten teams in pretty much everything. And I've been taking a pounding from football fans everywhere telling me how down the Big Ten is. Well, you know what I do? I hold up the basketball preseason rankings. And I say, we got Michigan State, we got Michigan, we got Ohio State, and we have the #1 team in the country, Indiana University, and their head coach, Tom Crean, is back with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. How are you, Coach?
It's good to be with you guys.
Hey, before we do anything, Greeny, I got to interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
I need to get to some football knowledge here, Tom. First off, Jim and John Harbaugh. You're married to their sister, Joni. I just have to know what Thanksgiving is like with those two and that family dynamic with those two brothers going at it.
Well, Thanksgiving last year was the game where they went against each other.
Right.
So, it's usually not Thanksgiving. It's usually not Christmas. It's usually some day in May or June, where everybody gets together. Last year it was actually during Super Bowl week, and they were at our house. Jim was there most of the week, and John came in for a day and a half, and that was a lot of fun. And then to have them speak to our team and be at practice, especially after we'd lost a game, our kids got straight locker room talk from them. I mean, it was straight pregame, night before the game, and it really, really helped our season. So I'd much rather have them talking to our team in that sense than trying to spend a holiday. Much more to get out of it.
What a remarkable. You think about sports families in America, and you think about that. You got 2 NFL head coaches and the college basketball coach of the #1 team in America that are all sort of related in that way. It really is remarkable. And so let's turn our attention to your team, Coach, because clearly you took over an Indiana program at a time when it was a little bit different. There were some problems, and you came in there from a lot of success at Marquette, knowing it was going to be a building process. Give us a sense of what that's been like over the years and how you went from where you were to where you are #1 in the country right now.
Well, I think it was one of those things that there was truly no blueprint for, and you just had to go on your experience of how you try to build a program, how you have to have so many people that are involved in it. I think the fact that the one thing that was just so incredible here was how supportive the fans, the former players, the administration, everybody was, because really they didn't understand what was going on either. But they also knew that this was a big-time program and one that had won before and could win again. And I think we just tried to stay totally with not trying to skip any steps because we really weren't sure sometimes what the process was going to be or how long it was going to take, but that there had to be a system in place. And day by day, I think, is really what it's been. We've got a great staff, I know that, and we've had a lot of players come in that have really bought into what it means to play at Indiana, and what they've done is they've come in and they've just built on their work ethic and built a mutual respect that's really good.
Coach, I look at your guys' game. It's got to be so tough with all the turnover. I'm just learning the Kentucky players' names now, and they're not even on Kentucky's roster anymore. You guys get Cody Zeller back. That's got to be a huge boost in the arm for a guy that is coming back for a sophomore season. Great player. How hard is it to coach when you know that at any moment you can have these guys for just one season?
I don't think it's that hard. I think, again, what's hard is when you don't have anybody that's older in your program. Like when we first started here in 2008, we had as many walk-ons and sometimes more walk-ons than we had scholarship players. And we had one young man, Kyle Tabor, who's now coaching at Lake Forest in Illinois, and he was coming back with 28 career points. So, and he was a senior. So when you don't have leadership of people that have been through it, that have an understanding of what it takes, I think that's really hard. I think as long as you've got some people on your team, in your locker room, that have been through it, then you can deal with change. It's when it's like what John does is amazing, because the oldest guys on his team are sophomores, and if they're there at all for that, and that becomes a little bit harder. But you've got to have people that have been through it so they can help those young guys come in and understand it's not about them, it's about the program.
Cody Zeller coming back as a first-team preseason All-American. And, you know, Tom, you get guys who have different nicknames. I'm sitting next to Mark Schlereth, whose nickname is Stink. Cody Zeller's nickname is Big Handsome. Now, how does that play in a locker room, I'm just wondering, amongst a bunch of college kids when you have a guy whose nickname is Big Handsome?
I don't know about the locker room, but it doesn't play in the film room, and I never refer to that. I never refer to him as that on the practice floor. And there might be something with he needs to rebound better attached to it, but nothing with the Big Handsome, though. It's caught on, and it's obviously a big deal to people. I just see a young man that is like the epitome of what you want, in the sense of how he conducts himself, how he treats other people, you know, the humbleness and the humility that he has, but yet he has a great confidence about him. And I think that's what's most important with him. And he's got a real desire to get better. I think Mark, anybody would want a kid like this in their locker room with him, next to him, because of that humbleness that he has.
Indiana #1 in the country as they get their season rolling, and they will play, among other things, in the Progressive Legends Classic next week in Brooklyn at the Barclays Center. So exciting action there. You'll see in that tournament, #1 Indiana taking on Georgia, and then UCLA and Georgetown. That's on Monday, November 19th, and then the championship game will be the following day. So a good time, and this is the one nice thing about the college basketball, Tom, is you get a chance to see your team against other top, unlike college football where one loss basically takes you out of the running. You know, you get to test your team against other top teams in the country early, like last year when you guys knocked down that shot at the end to beat Kentucky.
I think it's great. I mean, this time of year is so important for so many reasons. I mean, it can have NCAA tournament ramifications based on your winning and your losing. You're going to get a chance to play people that you might not play otherwise, that may, and obviously a lot of times aren't from your region. And it gives you a chance to measure yourself against a lot of different styles and techniques and coaches and in different environments. And I think it's fantastic. I know our guys are excited about it. We play Sam Houston State, which is the second part of this tournament for us, tomorrow night, and then we'll leave for New York on Saturday and play a Georgia team that can really score. I know they didn't have a very good game the other night against they played pretty well against Jacksonville and lost to Youngstown State, but they're athletic, they're really good inside, and they've got a big-time guard in Pope. So it's going to be a challenge for us, and certainly Georgetown and UCLA bring a whole other level to the first or to the second game that night, and then whatever happens on Tuesday night.
Tom Crean with us. And one quick final thought from you. And when we first started having you on the show back in your days in Marquette, when you took that team to the Final Four, and obviously you had the great Dwayne Wade there, and I just wonder, seeing what he has turned into, seeing what he's been able to accomplish on the pro level, and having been there with him, obviously knowing him when you bring him in there out of high school, did you see this coming? Obviously we knew he was good, but did you see this coming? And why do you think it is that of all the really talented guys, a guy like him winds up being what he's become?
Well, I don't think any of us saw it coming at the rate that it did, as quick as it came. And but again, being with him every day in practice and watching the improvement level that he had, those were big things. And I think the reason that it's worked out so well is when you talk about somebody that has got his priorities in order and has a work ethic that's second to none, and as a team guy, I mean, he truly is driven by winning. And I think with all the success he's had, and even when he's been knocked down a couple of times, the one thing that we saw even when he was sitting out at Marquette his first year, and he carries it now, is he not only can be honest with other people, but he can be very, very honest with himself. and he can always, self-reflect. He's great self-awareness, and he does something with it. He doesn't rationalize. He doesn't put it off on somebody else. He's not a blame game guy. He's somebody that he's not assigning blame or criticism until he's assigned it to himself, and I think that's really, really unique. And I think that's the biggest reason that he's so successful.
Tom Crean getting set again. Lots of good basketball. Number 1 team in the country next Monday against Georgia at the Barclays Center. A pleasure, Tom. Thank you so much. Say hello to the family, and we'll check in with you soon.
Thank you. Good to talk to both of you.
That's Tom Crean on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Seems to have lost his voice already. Season just barely began. These coaches are unbelievable with the shouting from the sideline.
The shouting and getting after it. And like you said, Big Handsome doesn't get rebounds, baby. You got to yell at those guys.
Yeah, and his brother Tyler, obviously a really good player for years at North Carolina, now on into the NBA. And Cody Zeller, a lot of people think he's right now the best player in college basketball, so we'll see. Indiana starts out number 1, but there's a lot of good teams in that Big Ten. That's college basketball. To college football will go next. Kirk Herbstreit will join us. We got so much left to do here. We're Mike and Mike, and we're back in 3 minutes.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into LA. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove. Nice pass. But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Tonight on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. UCLA holds a half-game lead over USC when they face off at the Rose Bowl this weekend. Touchdown! The winner comes away with the Pac-12 South Division title and will advance to the Pac-12 title game. The 18th-ranked USC Trojans at the 17th-ranked UCLA Bruins, Saturday at 2 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. A parting shot with Jeremy Schaap.
When Texas and Arkansas, both undefeated, played for the national championship on December 6, 1969, it was called the Big Shootout. With a dramatic 15-14 victory, the Longhorns gave Coach Darrell Royal the second of his 3 national titles, and more significantly, ended a shameful era. 15 years after Brown versus Board of Education, every single player on both varsity rosters was white. Those 1969 Longhorns were, in fact, the last all-white team to win the national title. The Longhorns and their place in history came to mind this week when Royal died at the age of 88. Clearly, it would be naive to suggest that we're now living in a post-racial utopia, but we do have every right to celebrate how far we've come since the Big Shootout. I'm Jeremy Schaap, and you can listen to The Sporting Life Friday nights at 9 Eastern Time and Saturday mornings at 5 Eastern Time on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
ESPNradio.com.
Good morning. I'm Jared Bass with Mike and Mike. It's 9:30. ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your senior high school MVP athlete for a chance to win a $5,000 college scholarship courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com. This afternoon right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM, you'll hear Knicks head coach Mike Woodson reflecting on the Knicks' first 5 games of the season, as well as looking ahead to to the next one in San Antonio as the Knicks go to 6-0.
We got San Antonio next, who I have a great deal of respect for Pop and what he's done over the years. That group just seems to get better every year. So it should be a great game and a test us, give us a major test, see where we are as a ball club.
Last night, the Knicks beat the Magic 99-89 as Carmelo Anthony scored 25 points. J.R. Smith, Raymond Felton, 21 apiece. The Nets a winner as well last night, 114-101 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Nets led by as many as 24 points. They improved the record to 4-2. 26 points, 10 assists for Darren Williams, 25 points for Joe Johnson, who scored 12 straight. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and Mike in our Sports Center, brought to you by AT&T. Will and Ravi are on a mission to get into the biggest college football game each week. But to get into the game, they have to tackle a crazy challenge. Watch the videos of where they've been and where they're headed next at waytosaturday.com. On the Way to Saturday, presented by AT&T. Rethink possible. Before we bring Herbie into the conversation, Herman Edwards is back with us. Mark Schlereth is in for Golick. Mark Schlereth is in right now. Golick's not here today. We'll bring Herbie in
in a moment. This is like the New Orleans Saints, by the way. I'm in for Herm, who's in for Golick, who now we switch seats. I mean, this is unbelievable.
We had an interim. I'll get Herman's microphone on if we could, please. We got Herman in and out, and we got his with an interim coach, interim hosts, and all that kind of stuff. Before we bring in Herbie, we just talked to Tom Crean. That's quite a family dynamic they have there, right? With Jim and John Harbaugh, and their sister is married to the basketball coach at Indiana, Tom Crean. Another family dynamic that we're following closely is the one in Los Angeles with the Buss family. Mm-hmm. Dr. Jerry Buss owns the Lakers. His son Jim now running the basketball operation and just pulled the rug out from under Phil Jackson, who has the long-standing relationship with the sister, Jeannie Buss. And so we're envisioning Thanksgiving next week, Stink, is not going to be real pretty.
Hey, Jeannie?
Yeah?
Can you pass the potatoes, please?
Really?
Yeah, I want the potatoes. Can I have them, please?
Potatoes? Where are the potatoes? I don't see the damn potatoes because the glare from Phil's 11 rings are blinding me.
We think that's going to be a very ugly Thanksgiving. And it's going to get uglier and uglier as the morning continues.
That's very possible. That's very possible.
Yeah, that's one of those where basically you call in and get a takeout order. And by the way, as you get the takeout order, you can remind them, for the last couple of years, I never liked the casserole anyway. And the peas weren't very good either. So don't put that in the takeout order, please.
All right, Mike and Mike, we have more coming from the Buss family Thanksgiving in a few minutes. But right now, let's bring in Kirk Herbstreit on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline, as there are some huge games this week, and he's got the biggest on ABC. Oregon taking on Stanford. We got Kansas State playing Baylor this week. We got Notre Dame playing Wake this week, so the championship stuff continues. But first, Herbie, I want to talk about Alabama and Johnny football. We talked about that game last week. I watched every second of it on Saturday, and I tell you what, that kid Johnny Manziel, I don't know if he's the best player in college football, but I don't know that I've enjoyed watching a player play a game as much as I enjoyed watching him play Saturday in a really long time.
Yeah, he's been doing it all year too, Greeny. I mean, he runs that kind of Hal Mummy, Mike Leach family tree of offense where they spread you out and throw the football. They go tempo. The difference is with him is he can create with his feet. I mean, any quarterback that's ever run that Mike Leach style offense, typically they're just a distributor. They get the ball out of their hands, they make quick reads, and the guys that run it effectively, but they don't have the ability to make plays when things are covered. And that aspect, I think, is what gave Alabama's defense fits, that and the tempo. And then the matchups. I mean, the guy's cerebral. He knows how to find the matchups. He's comfortable. Even though he's only a redshirt freshman playing in Tuscaloosa, he reminds me of almost a point guard, the way he's out there, some of the no-look passes that he does and the way he kind of lives on the edge. But the guy's been doing it all year, very deserving of any kind of consideration for the Heisman Trophy. I think he got a lot of traction last week by the way he played. But they shook up the world. I mean, you go into Alabama when Nick Saban's there and you beat them in their place, and the way they did it, they played and coached to win. They didn't play after getting that lead and get conservative. They played to win. That's the most impressive win that I've seen all year.
I agree. That was one of the best college football games you're going to see in a really long time.
It was, Herbie. I've traveled the last 12 years on Saturday, so I don't watch a ton of college football. I have it on as background noise, but I watched that game with Johnny football in Alabama, and then I watched a little bit of K-State after this. So I want to play a game with you. Tell me why I'm wrong. I watched K-State, and it just doesn't seem impressive to me. Their quarterback, I know he's got great numbers, but he's kind of gangly. He doesn't have great mechanics when it comes to throwing the football. I don't see a ton of team speed there. At least that's just my eyeball test after watching a sum total of about 10 minutes of that game. Am I wrong about Kansas State? Do they deserve to be the number one team in the nation?
Well, I know you spend the majority of your time focused on the National Football League, but you got to get the background noise and you got to focus a little bit more on what's happening there. Because if you just take a quick glimpse at Kansas State, it's easy to kind of see what you're saying. And just, you know, they're not as impressive, they're not as fast, they don't look as dynamic. But if you watched them over the course of 10 weeks, I think you'd have a completely different impression of them. You know, in the past, Kansas State was a team that had to win the old-fashioned way with Bill Snyder, with field position. They had to win the turnover margin. They had to win the special teams battle for field position. This is a completely different-looking team. Colin Klein is the real deal. He's a dynamic player. He's maybe not as sexy as far as his style of play as some of the other guys out there, but he worked very hard with Terry Shea in the offseason because Josh Freeman did, and actually worked on his mechanics and becoming a better passer. And that aspect of their game is why they're, I think, more difficult. They're scoring over 50 points quite often now because they're balanced. In the past, he just ran option football, and they would dink and dunk throwing the ball. Now they're actually going downfield and making plays in their passing game, so it prevents teams from loading up and just stopping Klein in their running game because they've got some receivers and a passing game that are legit. So I've got no issue at all with Kansas State being exactly where they are up at the top of these BCS standings, along with Oregon up in the top two.
Hey, Herbert, this is Coach Herman. Let's get back to this little Johnny football guy. Just watching him play, the thing that comes to mind for me is this. It's not so much his ability to create plays in his feet, but what's impressive, I think, when you watch this football team play is the offensive line, because the way this guy moves around in the pocket, you would think that, that's bothersome to offensive linemen, and their ability not to hold and get penalized while this guy's running around back there, to me, is quite a feat alone.
I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that's overlooked with A&M, and A&M's become, by the way, a big story this year after that win. They've got 2 losses coming over from the Big 12 into the SEC. They lost to Florida by 3, and they lost to LSU by 5, and they've beaten Alabama. And I think a big thing that people overlook are the 2 tackles that they have. Jake Matthews, the son of Bruce Matthews, is one of the tackles. Luke Jokel is the other. These guys will be in the National Football League playing for probably 15 years. They're those kind of guys, and they anchor this offensive line that's been able to make that adjustment into the SEC and deal with the speed. For the people from the Big 12 that kind of roll their eyes and say, I told you the SEC is overrated, anybody could go from the Big 12 and jump in to the SEC and compete, I guess I would say this. Number one, Mike Sherman was fired last year as the head coach at Texas A&M. He's now for the Miami Dolphins as their offensive coordinator, and Johnny Manziel was not the quarterback. So those 2 factors, the style of play that they're playing, and the fact that the SEC is 20-8 against the Big 12 in bowl games since we started the BCS, tells you that obviously the SEC has an upper hand over the Big 12. I think it's more about what Kevin Sumlin's doing, and also the job that offense has done, led by Johnny Manziel. But this team's for real. They went out their last 2. They're going to probably get a BCS at large. And who would have thought that in August, that A&M's leaving the Big 12 to go to the SEC, and they would get a shot to get to 10 wins, be a BCS at large. Kevin Sumlin, to me, deserves serious considerations as the National Coach of the Year after this performance this year.
Mike, Kirk Herbstreit's with us again. Saturday night, primetime, ABC. You'll have Stanford and Oregon. Now, my partner Golick obviously desperately needs either Oregon or Kansas State to lose a game. This feels like one that Oregon could drop. Give me your thumbnail here looking ahead at Stanford and Oregon. Clearly, this has not been a good matchup for Stanford the last few years.
Well, Stanford gets in trouble in space against Oregon in the past defensively. This will be fun to watch this year because Stanford has been physical against the run. They run a 3-4 that's very similar, actually, to what Notre Dame does. They're multiple. They can move around and play different styles of defense. Their front 7, to me, is as physical and as athletic as any group you're going to see. They've got linebackers that are all over the field.
and they're going to try to be stout enough against Oregon, try to get penetration against that option attack. The big thing is, can they hold up in the back end and make plays when Mariota is going to throw the football? That's what's really challenged them in the past, and we'll see if they can deal with that on the road in Eugene. And then on the other side, guys, the thing that people are overlooking and just kind of having a knee-jerk reaction to is, Oregon's defense is terrible, they're overrated. The reality is they've been hit by the injury bug. Their top 5 defensive linemen have been out, not playing at 100% the last couple weeks, which has had a big impact on them. They lost their starting safety, John Boyette, about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Avery Patterson stepped in for him, tore his ACL last week. So they're just trying to keep a team together on that side of the ball. And the problem they're going up with is Stanford can play football. Even without Andrew Luck, this kid Kevin Hogan's a redshirt freshman, and he's more of an option-style guy along with their traditional power running. So this will be a challenge for Oregon, and not to mention Oregon goes to Corvallis next week to take on the Beavers. So Oregon has their work cut out for them with a defense that's beaten up right now.
You'll see it all this coming weekend. Again, College Game Day live from Eugene on Saturday morning, and then primetime Saturday night, ABC, Herbie and Company, Stanford against Oregon. Kansas State's playing Baylor. Notre Dame is playing Wake. Another terrific weekend of college football. Thank you, Herbie.
Okay, fellas, take care.
That's Kirk Herbstreit with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Guys, we check in again on the Thanksgiving dinner at the Bus family in Los Angeles. Again, it's uncomfortable.
Jeannie?
Yes, Jim?
This time I'd like some more turkey, please.
You'd like some more turkey this time?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want some more turkey, Jim? I mean, maybe you're going to call the turkey at midnight. Say you want the ham instead. Take your turkey and cram it.
It's getting very, very, very uncomfortable, and it's not over yet. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
The Jets are losers of 5 of their last 6.
The Jets season is very much now on the brink.
But more than just their season hangs in the balance. Jobs may be at stake.
I'm just saying that we need one so bad. We need a win so bad, and I think that's going to help more than anything.
The Jets travel to St. Louis to take on Sam Bradford and the Rams. Coverage begins Sunday at 11 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com. You're listening to Mike and Mike in the Morning. Coming up next, The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Jeter lives in a 50,000 square foot mansion. He's relatable somehow.
Listen on your radio, online, and on your phone. ESPN Radio. Colin Cowherd's top 10 teams in the NFL. It's the Herd Hierarchy. Number 10.
I'm down on San Francisco more than other people.
Number 9.
I'm not sure I've had New England this low ever.
Number 8.
Seattle is 5-0 at home.
Number 7.
Green Bay's fun to watch. They depend far too much on Aaron Rodgers.
Number 6.
Atlanta lost. They still lack a toughness, though they're probably going to get home games in the playoffs.
Number 5.
I continue to like a Bears team, which hung tough with maybe the best team in the league, Houston.
Number 4.
Listen, this is what happens to the New York Giants. They win in October. They struggle in November.
Number 3.
Denver Broncos, they're destroying people. They can run the football. Peyton Manning's having an MVP season.
Number 2.
I think people are sleeping on Pittsburgh.
Number 1.
Give it to Houston. 8-1, first time in franchise history. 4-0 on the road.
Catch the Herd Hierarchy every Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Good morning, I'm Jared Matz with Mike and Mike. It's 9:45. The story of the day, aside from the Knicks going to 5-0, Tim Tebow criticized by several members of his team, unnamed in most cases, to the Daily News. One defensive starter said of Tebow, quote, "He's terrible." Another said, "We don't look at him as a quarterback. He's the wildcat guy." The fallout begins in the 3-6 season. The finger-pointing is rampant. Basketball last night. No finger-pointing on the Knicks. Everybody's praising each other. Carmelo Anthony playing both sides of the ball, 25 points last night, led the Knicks past the Magic 99-89 for the third time in team history. The Knicks are 5-0 to start a season. The other 2 times they started 5-0, they went to the NBA Finals. The Nets have won 3 straight, beat the Cavaliers 114-101.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on Ford Select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good-sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face to face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting. So why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text. And together, we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
I'm Jason.
I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
Better than ever tomorrow morning. We continue here on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com with Mark Schlereth and Herman Edwards. The story that we had for much of this morning, unnamed players, anonymous players in the New York Jets organization, a defensive starter, another veteran starter, and other players quoted in the New York Daily News, again, without attaching their name to it, with critical comments about Tim Tebow, including a defensive starter saying, quote, he's terrible, and stuff like that. And it's one thing when your team is bad. It's another thing now, Herman, when they are bad and they seem as though they're starting to splinter. Now you got guys jumping off the ship.
Well, this happened to them last year, the locker room situation. And if these players truly respect their coach, and I think they do, it's just a handful of guys. I've always said this, put your name on it. Now their head coach is going to have a press conference today. And the first question he's going to get asked is, what about the players in the locker room talking about Tim Tebow? What do you think about that? And now the focus is not so much on the game you're about to play against the Rams, but more on the situation of Tim Tebow. And that's where the Jets had to realize, when you bring in a celebrity player like Tim Tebow, these questions are going to be asked, especially when you're losing. And that's just part of it. And when you have a locker room that's not together, there are always things like this seem to pop up, and last year it popped up with the Jets too.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they brought Tim Tebow in there. The one guy that did put his name on it, Matt Slauson, the guard, basically said, listen, Mark Sanchez gives us the best chance to win. Tebow is not, I don't remember the quote. I don't have it sitting in front of me.
Basically, he said if it's not going to be Mark, it's going to be Greg McElroy.
Right.
He discounted Tebow as a possibility.
And I've said that in the past. If you want to run a pro-style offense, it's the way it's got to be, because Tebow does not have the skill set to do that. But getting back to the point is, like Herm said, if you're going to be critical, put your name on it. And it's always been one of those things that we've talked about in professional sports, or just any sport in general, is you don't sell your guys, you don't throw guys under the bus, and if you got an issue, you bring it up like men within a locker room. You bring it up in a team meeting. You talk to each other about it. You don't go out and run off to the media and say, oh, I don't think, that's a cowardly act. And it's not, and it's the problem with the New York Jets in a whole. It's a microcosm of the season right there.
This is what I don't understand. You go out and you bring Tim Tebow to your organization. You say he's a good football player, but you don't allow him to play football. Well, then why did you bring him there? Because you've kind of put this on yourself too, because he's not a part of this offense. He's more of a special teams player than he is a part of the offense. So if that was the case, then you shouldn't have brought him in there if you're not going to use the guy. I mean, you're doing a disservice to your football team, but also to Tim Tebow, because he's a guy that I know one thing about Tim Tebow. Whether you like him as a quarterback or whatever, he's going to come to work every day and work. So if you're a player, I mean, why would you get mad at a guy that comes to work every day, doesn't say a whole lot? It's like Tim Tebow's done nothing wrong. He's not even been a part of this offense.
You're 1,000% right. The reality is the biggest loser in all of this year has been Tebow, because at the end of last year, he was hot. I mean, whatever it is that you could say, whether how good you think he is, how bad he is, whether he has these skills, doesn't have those skills, the reality is he was coming off of winning a whole bunch of games and a playoff game, and he was the biggest star in the league, and he was a guy that someone was going to give a shot to, and they brought him in, they've just destroyed it. I mean, they've just basically taken it and trampled upon it, and wherever it goes to from here, he's going to have to start the whole thing all over again.
He beat the Jets.
He beat the Jets and a lot of other teams last year. He beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in overtime in the playoffs.
Right.
Stink, you were there. You live in Denver. You saw every second of it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is he wasn't, he was that. He was winning games. It's that simple.
And as they always talk about with him, incredible competitor. Everybody who you get to this level, you have to be an incredible competitor. But the bottom line is this, man. That guy is as authentic as they come. He really is. I mean, what you see is what you get, and Herm brings up a great point, man. He is there giving everything he has on every play. Now, that might not be good enough to play quarterback at this league, but he's giving you everything he has.
I have to thank you both. Herman, thank you for coming in here and doing this with me this morning.
Anytime,
I always appreciate it. And Stink, Just another hour of our week turned into 2 outstanding hours.
Just another 2 hours of the week.
You guys are too much. Thank you both for being here. Thank you, everybody, for spending the morning with us. Golick will be back tomorrow. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
You know, I've always found it interesting when the rich father hands his sons the business, how it works out. George Steinbrenner, Dr. Jerry Buss with the Lakers. Sometimes it works. But the one thing the kids of the rich dad don't have is that hunger, is that thirst, is that fear, is that desperation. It's funny about that whole thing. Proximity doesn't really guarantee greatness. It's about that relentless 24/7 drive. There is something about the rich dad, no matter if he passes on the DNA, there is something about him, a fight, a focus, a fear, whatever it is, an it quality that is almost impossible to replicate.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. Yeah, I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and protein shakes for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
That's the point of brushing teeth.
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
Hi, this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan. Jamie McMurray. This is Carl Edwards here for RAD,
the entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Yes, I'm gonna be a star.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
All right, I've gone through all the tracks. Just move through the beats. Do your thing.
All right, everyone, let's hear it for West High's own Brooke Turner, a.k.a. DJ Hook.
Scratching at my first school dance takes confidence. So we're getting into college. I've got what it takes. So do you.
Visit knowhowtogo.org to learn what you should be doing right now to prepare for college. Start taking the steps at knowhowtogo.org. Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation, and the Ad Council.
I'm a champion, real-life Shaq's mechanism.
Hi, Shaquille O'Neal for RAD. This is not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
York.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. The Jets circus is in full effect again, with more than a dozen players as well as members of the organization trashing Tim Tebow and the Jets' wide receiving corps to the Daily News today. One defensive starter saying of Tebow, quote, "He's terrible," end quote. Stay classy, New York. Jets also announcing yesterday that they have released Aaron Maben. Multiple reports indicating Ben Roethlisberger will be out Sunday night when the Steelers host the Ravens. Byron Leftwich will get the start for Pittsburgh. The Knicks remain undefeated, improving to 5-0 last night with their win over the Magic. What does that mean to Jason Kidd?
Right now we're just at the beginning of this journey, so we'll find out. We got a couple more games to go, but the big thing is we all believe and trust one another on the defensive side, and that's where it all starts. And you play great team defense that's going to give you a chance to win a lot of games in this league, and that showed tonight.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson will join Stephen A. Smith and me today at 2:30 here on ESPN New York. Knicks are off tonight. They're at San Antonio tomorrow. Nets off tonight as well. They'll host the Celtics tomorrow. The Herd coming up now on ESPN New York 98.7 FM and ESPNNewYork.com.
Changing lives with a one-of-a-kind opportunity. The Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. Tell us your story by uploading your video to drpepper.com, and you could win up to $100,000 in tuition. No purchase necessary. So head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio. Wherever you may be, however you may be listening, thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway, Fresh Take, Hotline. Simulcast on ESPNU. It is great to have you here. We wish the news was more positive, but down in Miami, they had a yard sale, and all the really good, valuable stuff is on its way to Canada. How about that? Usually the Canadians get in a plane, come down here, warm weather, resorts. Now, Miami guys going up to Canada during the winter. If you haven't heard, the Miami Marlins, shaky franchise from day one, basically a dysfunctional, rudderless mess, are sending a bunch of their players now up to the Blue Jays, which would normally be okay. Maybe over time makes the team better. But the problem is they duped their local taxpayers into a new stadium, and a year away from that, now they're a dumpster fire, selling it off while the owner gets rich. And you, the taxpayer, is stuck with a stadium that nobody wants to go to and a team nobody wants to watch. Here's the thing, and without getting into specifics on the players, because most of you don't care about the Blue Jays or the Marlins, but let's be honest about baseball in Miami. Anytime something in life is really, really hard all the time, it's not a great fit. Baseball is hard in Miami. They promote it, move the stadium, attain stars, put in aquariums, fireworks shows, connect with a local Latino community, and still almost nobody cares. If you're struggling to get into a pair of pants, fellas, every day, lose weight or get new pants. If you and your girlfriend are in therapy, intervention, and you're still arguing every day, it's not a good fit. Doesn't make you a bad guy. If your city needs a high-tech space-grade irrigation system to get any water into your town, move. It won't last forever. If things are a constant struggle, they're not a good fit. I'm not saying you can't have bad days, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Crisis, working hard, those are all things we deal with in life. But if you're arguing with friends all the time, get new friends. Miami has used every marketing promotional trick in the book, and nobody cares. The New York Knicks were unwatchable for a decade, 97% sellouts. That's a city where basketball love comes easy. The Kansas City Chiefs have been unwatchable for 15 years. Top 5 in attendance, 72,000 every Sunday. It's easy to find football fans in Kansas City. That's a good fit. Never take that NFL team away. The Redskins get 77,000 every Sunday, even with Rex Grossman at the helm last year. Turn on DC radio. It's all they want to talk about. I can't even talk Marlins baseball. I'm on 350 stations, and the one in Miami barely cares outside of today. I said it when they built a new stadium. How did they earn that? They only built it at 37,000, the smallest along with Wrigley in the sport. So not even Miami had high standards. 2 years ago, they were drawing hundreds of people to the games. 850, 920, 100. When you've got to struggle that much, it's just not a good fit. But Colin, and this is the lamest argument. It's the argument every Marlin fan uses. But we've got 2 World Series since 97, same as the Yankees. Yeah, but your everyday existence is pathetic. It's like saying, yeah, I won the scratch-off and $250,000, but the next 5 years I was broke. You're better off making $78,000 a year for 5 years. And by the way, the Yankees have more than 2. But that's the Marlins argument. Well, we've got 2 in the last so many years, and the Yankees don't. Yeah, but the Yankees' everyday existence is legitimate. You're a scratch-off winner who's broke an hour later. That's a pathetic existence. Now, you've done it twice, so you're really lucky with that scratch-off, but you're broke the next 12 years after the scratch-off. That's not a real existence. That's not an existence anybody wants. And we know this. Every league has a franchise the sport would like to cut free, unload, disband. NFL, it's Jacksonville. NHL, it's Phoenix. NBA, probably Sacramento. And in Major League Baseball, it's Miami. Dan Lebitard, on what just happened last night, after 1 year of getting a new stadium, Miami basically now has a team nobody will want to watch.
They built a very expensive mansion here in Florida. We are the epicenter of foreclosures in the United States, and they just took a wrecking ball to the mansion that they built. That's how we do it down here in South Florida. We spend real big, don't consider consequences, and then wake up the next day hungover and look around and ask, what the hell just happened here?
You know, baseball in Miami reminds me of the newspaper business. You can work the numbers any way you want to and tell me people care. Nobody's reading them anymore. You know, outside of the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and really outside of 1 or 2 cities in the country, New York being one of them, people just don't regularly read the newspaper anymore. You got to go digital. You can work the numbers all you want, but it doesn't fit. It's a transient town with lots to do, nice beaches, and brutal summer weather. That's just not conducive to baseball. It's just not conducive. Transient, brutal summer weather, lots of stuff to do, baby dolls and beaches everywhere. It doesn't work. Opening Rant and the Herd brought to you by Regis. They know success. They've helped over 50% of Fortune 500 companies. Find out how. Call Regis now, 2 months free. 1-800-OFFICES. 2 other things today. And I'll tell you why this hour. The Lakers don't have to be great on defense. We'll also tell you Jet players anonymously hammering Tebow. Let's just be honest about, and the New York Times just wrote a story on this. I've been saying this for 10 years. New York Times didn't give me any credit on this, but, you know, sometimes in radio we don't give credit to newspapers. The NFL's a very simple business to figure out. Do you have, in the 4 key spots, an A, owner, GM, head coach, quarterback? If you're an A in all 4, you are a Super Bowl contender. The Mara family, A. Jerry Reese, Giants GM, A. Coughlin, A. Eli, A to A-. You can win a Super Bowl. Woody Johnson, not an A. Mike Tannenbaum, not an A. Rex Ryan, not an A. Mark Sanchez, not an A. Tebow, not an A either. So as anonymous Jets players hammer Tebow, it's irrelevant. It is a structural problem within the organization. 4 people matter in the NFL. Owner, GM, coach, quarterback. Robert Kraft, A. Belichick, A. Brady, A. You have a shot to win. That's the league. Rooney's A. Big Ben, A. Tomlin, A. Don't kid yourself about Mike Tomlin. He's won 68% of his games in a tough division. He's an A. That's the league. All this other stuff, it's like they say about religion, do unto others as you'd want them to do to you. The rest of the Bible's commentary. It's the same in football. The rest of this stuff is blather and commentary. It just fills radio time. In the 4 key leadership positions, you've got to have 4 A's. You may be able to get by with a B+ in one of those if you've got an A quarterback and an A GM and an A owner. You may be able to get by with a B+ quarterback, but the Jets are C or below, arguably, in all of those. So whatever people think of Tebow or Sanchez, structurally, it is a flawed organization. Coming up next, Big Ben on the bench this weekend against the Ravens. Statistically, it means they lose. And will the city of Miami fight back against baseball? We span the globe. Next in the Herd on ESPN Radio. NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money. Which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click Bam Boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click Bam Boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls in email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at Windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The markets could rebound despite some lukewarm signs for the U.S. economy. Retail sales dropped 0.3% in October, while producer prices were down 0.2%, both numbers a little lower than expected. President Obama is meeting later today with about a dozen business execs who want a solution to the fiscal cliff well before the end of the year to calm markets. 800 million shares of Facebook will flood the market today as former Facebook employees cash in. Many parents and their adult children may have differing opinions on their future financial needs and obligations. A survey by Fidelity Investments finds that nearly a quarter of the adult children surveyed expect they'll have to help their parents with finances at some point, but 97% of their parents believe that won't be necessary. A congressional advisory panel is urging tighter screening of investment by Chinese state-owned companies in the U.S., saying they present unfair competition to American firms. Joan Bennett, ABC News.
112.
The Knicks remain the NBA's lone unbeaten. How far can this team rise? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco to talk about it at 2:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com is presented by Progressive.
You are in the herd.
The Subway featured $5 footlong of November is the spicy Italian Subway. Eat fresh. The whole thing with Miami is, I love Miami, but I always point to the Knicks or the Kansas City Chiefs or the Washington Redskins that are bad forever, and they still have great fan bases. D.C. loves the NFL. Kansas City loves the NFL. New York likes NBA basketball. I mean, the Knicks were unwatchable for 10 years. And, the Garden, I'd go there once a year, packed. And the energy was through the roof. Miami does all these tricks and aquariums and fireworks shows and Latin players and new stadium and shiny, bright bling. Nobody goes. When you got to work that hard, nobody really cares. And by the way, baseball didn't have the stones 10 years ago to contract, just like the NBA should contract. And their owners haven't had the stones. We've got too many teams in pro sports. We've got too many teams. You could cut off 2 baseball, 4 NBA, 6 hockey, and 2 NFL tomorrow. So this just isn't a baseball problem. It's a problem all through sports. Let's span the globe.
We do it every day at this time. We call it our daily sports page.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
Spanning the globe. New York.
An anonymous player rips Tim Tebow. It's not like the rest of the backup quarterbacks are great, but he got some shots from anonymous players. Rich Cimini, ESPNNewYork.com. Couldn't I argue, Rich, this points to a bigger fundamental problem, and that is that since Rex Ryan arrived, this has become a trend, leaks in the locker room?
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that that's been an ongoing issue. Of course, as journalists, we don't mind that. But, I'm not surprised. I mean, I think Rex Ryan has been conveying the same message with his actions over the last few weeks. Mark Sanchez is probably the lowest-rated passer in the league right now, yet he is firmly behind Sanchez. So what does that tell us about the way he feels about Tim Tebow? So I think the message has been unspoken and clear for the last couple of weeks.
Rich, you cover this team, and you're at every practice. You can't help but look at Sanchez and and doubt him as a player. But, do you think Jet players know that upstairs they haven't given Sanchez much to work with?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've had players have been telling me since training camp that they had major questions about the surrounding cast on offense, especially at wide receiver. And it became even more glaring once Antonio Holmes went out. So, yeah, I mean, the players are not dumb. They know that he was dealt a bad hand at the beginning of the year. But at the same time, Mark has not exactly elevated those around him.
Rich Cimini, ESPNNewYork.com. Read his stuff. Players calling out Tebow. Interesting, if nothing else. That's what the Jets have become. Interesting, not good. Thanks, Rich.
You're welcome.
Miami.
Marlins fire sale probably gets approved by Major League Baseball. Jerry Krasnick, ESPN.com. Now, David Stern in the NBA shot down a deal. Do you think there's any possibility Major League Baseball would shoot down this deal, Jerry?
I don't really think so, Colin. You know, Bud usually gives teams flexibility to run, their operation as they see fit, and there's not really any money changing hands in this thing. It's basically just Miami trading all its players, and, I don't see him putting them in that box. On the other hand, the pressure and the backlash in Miami is just going to be huge over this, and, if anything, it might wind up hastening the demise of Jeffrey Lurie and his ownership group in South Florida.
Every league has an owner or two they're not entirely comfortable with. Was Jeffrey Lurie a guy that, when they let him into the sport, that a lot of owners in baseball didn't love to begin with?
Well, look, they've had issues with other guys over the years. Frank McCourt didn't turn out to be so hot, and as much as you could say, Jeffrey Lurie is not great, they did win a World Series in 2003. He's had some he's had some smart guys running his team, some good baseball guys. They've generally been competitive. I think the issue here is that, they took this money, public money, for the new stadium and promised to have a competitive team. And then within a year, they're trading every guy who makes any money. So, that's the problem this time, is it's coupled with the new ballpark and the money they took, and it really just looks bad.
Yeah, Jerry Krasnick, ESPN.com. Quickly, on a baseball standpoint, Toronto got lots better, right? It looks like Toronto's a player now.
Yeah, they got some risk. Real quick, Jose Reyes, how's he going to hold up on turf? Guys like Burley and Josh Johnson, can they stay healthy? But if those guys do stay healthy, that team could be pretty formidable.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you.
Pittsburgh.
Big Ben listed as questionable against the Ravens. Bob Holtzman, ESPN. First of all, Bob, what's the latest on Big Ben's shoulder injury?
Well, Colin, we just found out actually a few minutes ago that he is not questionable anymore. The Steelers have announced via their website that he is now out this weekend. A little bit of a surprise, personally, to me, that they announced this so early in the week, because keep in mind, they don't have to announce anything in terms of injury reports until Friday. And you would have thought with the Ravens coming to town Sunday that maybe they'd at least keep a little bit of doubt that maybe Roethlisberger could play. But again, Roethlisberger officially ruled out for this Sunday. And you have to wonder if they're going to announce it this early in the week, Colin, if this is something that's even more serious that could keep him out multiple weeks.
Yeah, Bob, that's what I'm thinking. Do we know what, and I don't know shoulder injuries. Trent Dilfer said he's had 11. Is it a grade 1, a grade 2? What is the feeling? What are they saying in Pittsburgh about the severity of it?
Well, I'll tell you, we don't know the grade, and I can't imagine we're ever going to know the grade, but this is a pretty unique football injury. It's more common in car accidents when you get slammed by your steering wheel. It's the ligament between the collarbone and the breastbone, the sternum, sort of right in the front there of his shoulder. And Adam Schefter and Ed Werder have both been reporting that he also has a rib problem. And in fact, the report today is that the rib may be more serious than the shoulder. So whatever's going on with Roethlisberger, it's certainly a pretty serious thing, and I would not be at all surprised if this is weeks or even months more than it is days.
Bob Holtzman on the Steelers update. Big Ben absolutely, definitively out for at least this weekend. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Colin.
That was Spanning the Globe.
To bring you the constant variety of sport.
In the Herd on ESPN Radio.
I was saying about the New York Jets is that it's the bigger problem isn't Tebow and Sanchez. The bigger problem is under Rex Ryan, every single year there are leaks in the locker room. The Patriots and Steelers, especially the Patriots, 5 Super Bowls in 11 years, don't have leaks. Now, I'm not saying locker rooms are perfect. The New York Giants won the Super Bowl last year. They'll occasionally get a snippy comment from their locker room. But it's just become a habit. That's the bigger issue. And I said this when I started doing this show a decade ago. Owner, GM, coach, quarterback. You got to be an A to an A- in all of them, maybe a B+ with one of them, and you're a Super Bowl contender. The Jets aren't an A in any of them. Now, it doesn't work that way in the NBA, because in the NBA, if you have a transcendent LeBron-level star, Michael Jordan-level star, they can overcome lots of things. I mean, LeBron and the Miami Heat didn't have a center, below average at point guard, no bench, won the title. So it doesn't work that way in other sports. You know, in Major League Baseball, you don't have to have this, that, this. Listen, if you have really good situational hitting and you got a handful of stars at key positions, you can win a World Series. The San Francisco Giants prove that. Coming up next, Buster Olney on the disgrace in Miami and why the Lakers don't have to be great on defense. Next.
The Jets are losers of 5 of their last 6.
The Jets season is very much now on the brink.
But more than just their season hangs in the balance. Jobs may be at stake.
I'm just saying that we need one so bad. We need a win so bad. And I think that's going to help more than anything.
The Jets travel to St. Louis to take on Sam Bradford and the Rams. Coverage begins Sunday at 11 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into L.A. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove.
Nice pass.
But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Tonight on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. UCLA holds a half-game lead over USC when they face off at the Rose Bowl this weekend.
Touchdown!
The winner comes away with the Pac-12 South Division title and will advance to the Pac-12 title game. The 18th-ranked USC Trojans at the 17th-ranked UCLA Bruins, Saturday at 2 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Feast Week begins with the Progressive Legends Classic. 2 top 15 teams headline a doubleheader in Brooklyn. First on ESPNU, 7-foot big man Cody Zeller leads Indiana as the #1 team in the country faces Georgia at 5:30 Eastern. Then on ESPN2, one of the top recruiting classes is on display when UCLA tips off against the Hoyas at 8. The Progressive Legends Classic as part of Feast Week presented by Lowe's. Monday on ESPNU and ESPN2.
In one of the biggest games of the year, two hard-hitting division leaders collide.
Hey, today we got a fight on our hands, baby.
The 7-2 Bears bring their punishing defense to the city by the bay, where the Niners hope to tighten their grip on the NFC West. Countdown gets it started at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Bears, 49ers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night. FM.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by the GMC Certified Service Experts. GMC Certified Service Experts, technicians who make the grade. Visit GMCCertifiedService.com for their latest service offers and everyday value pricing. The Jets circus is in full effect again, with more than a dozen players as well as members of the organization trashing Tim Tebow and the wide receiving corps to the Daily News today. One defensive starter saying of Tebow, quote, "He's terrible." Yeah, way to change the image. Jets also released Aaron Maben yesterday. Multiple reports indicate Ben Roethlisberger will be out Sunday night when the Steelers host the Ravens. Byron Leftwich will get the start for Pittsburgh. Our Adam Schefter just tweeting out that although the shoulders are concerned, his rib injury may actually be more dangerous. The Knicks, the only remaining undefeated team, they were improved to 5-0 last night with a win over the Magic. What does that mean to Jason Kidd?
Right now we're just at the beginning of this journey, so we'll find out. We got a couple more games to go, but the big thing is we all believe and trust one another on the defensive side, and that's where it all starts. And we played great team defense that's going to give you a chance to win a lot of games in this league, and that showed tonight.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and me today, coming up at 2:30. Knicks are off tonight. They're at San Antonio tomorrow. Nets off as well. They host the Celtics tomorrow. Marlins and Blue Jays have reportedly agreed to a multiplayer deal that will send Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, and Mark Burley, among others, to Toronto, with Miami getting a prospect-laden package. More prospects.
People love cars, and Pennzoil loves them just as much as you do. That's why they work so tirelessly to pursue the latest advances in oil technology to help keep your car running strong and keep America's love of the car rolling right along. Long love cars, not just oil. Pennzoil.
What's the one thing that could stop the Lakers from winning a championship?
The team is built to win a championship this year, next year, and that's what they have expectations on.
We ask ESPN's Tim Legler in studio in 15 minutes. In the Herd.
Leg's always a great guest. By the way, the Knicks are 5-0. D'Antoni eventually and Steve Nash will work together in Los Angeles. ESPN Radio Fan Feedback presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Special offers, 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. Mike, it's really an interesting kind of a sociology experiment with Los Angeles, is that L.A. is different than other places in the country. California is different. It has an inordinate amount of agricultural benefits. The state of California could burn half their agricultural production every year, burn half of it, light it up, and they'd still have 4 times as much as any other state. They have perfect weather. An inordinate amount of gorgeous coastline, an inordinate amount of white-collar jobs in Los Angeles. They're not Pittsburgh. They're not rural Indiana. They're not the rest of the country. They get 72-degree weather all the time. You don't need to have a giant house in Los Angeles. You've got outdoor space. If you live west of the 405, what's the point of a backyard? It's called the beach. It's not like the rest of the country. It has an inordinate amount of gifts from a climate perspective. So it's never had to be balanced. There's 1 million gyms and 4 pizza places. The best-looking girl in St. Louis gets lost in Los Angeles. It's different. It doesn't have to be great on defense. And this is how it relates to sports. L.A. has always been able to attract the Lakers a bizarre amount of unique offensive talent. They don't have to be great on defense. For Detroit to win, they do. By the way, those Shaq Kobe teams that won titles, first in the NBA in offense, 21st in defense. This is a franchise that on the same court has had Magic, Kareem, and Worthy, and Byron Scott. Those teams won titles. What were they defensively? Looked it up this morning. 15th in steals, 15th in blocks, 11th in rebounds. USC football doesn't have to be great on defense, although better than this year, because they have Heisman NFL quarterbacks every single year, because the state has warm weather and produces unbelievable NFL quarterbacks for the program every single year. Not even in Alabama can say that. Alabama's got no more Heismans than BYU. The truth is about the Lakers. It is a unique state, a unique city, and a unique franchise. The state produces inordinate amounts of star offensive players for the Lakers. The Wilt Lakers were not great defensively. The Shaq Kobe Lakers were not great defensively. Both those teams were amazing offensively. Gail Goodrich, Jerry West, Wilt at the same time. Magic, Kareem, Worthy, Scott, same time. This team is filthy. Nash, Dwight Howard, Kobe Gasol, same time. LA's not a balanced town, and the Lakers have never been a balanced franchise. They've always been about offense first. By the way, Kobe, Powell, and Metta World Peace, all above average defensively at their respective positions, and Dwight Howard at 100%, easily the best defensive difference maker in the league. But they don't have to be great. By the way, Kobe Bryant said this when Phil Jackson was in L.A. They didn't talk about defense either.
To be honest with you, we might have done, all the years I've been with Phil, maybe 3 defensive drills the entire time. I'm not understating it at all. But his philosophy was always, you guys need to figure it out on your own. That's what made him a phenomenal coach, is that he was able to sit back and trust the process and trust players to communicate with each other, and that's when the team's at its best.
In fact, of the past 6 NBA champions, only one had a defense that wasn't top 10 in points allowed. It was the Lakers. Magic's Lakers, not great defensively. Shaq Kobe Lakers, not great defensively. Wilt West Lakers, not great defensively. Bizarrely good offensively. Right now, USC has better wide receivers than the New York Jets. Think about that. They do. Nobody in college says that. It is a state. These are programs that produce it's like I said about the state of California. It doesn't have to have as many, Los Angeles County doesn't have to have as many working-class blue-collar jobs. It creates an inordinate amount of white-collar jobs. It's got Hollywood, aerospace, agriculture, coastline. They've got weather. They've got climate gifts nobody else has. So this idea that they've got to be this balanced, they don't. By the way, the Miami Heat, the NBA's never been a league in which you have to have perfect symmetry or balance. The Miami Heat last year won a title with no bench, no center. They won an NBA title with no bench and no center. They weren't the most balanced team. Indiana was more balanced. Boston was more balanced. They didn't have LeBron. So, I never buy into this. The Lakers are a different brand than everybody else. It's like I've said about the Yankees for years. They don't have to have a great minor league system. The Kansas City Royals are their minor league system. Baseball allows the high payroll teams not to have. The Yankees don't need a great minor league system. They've got Seattle, Oakland, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, and San Diego. The Twins need a minor league system. The Indiana Pacers have to win with balance and depth. The Lakers will be able to get offensive stars because of the Lakers. TJ, you're in the herd on ESPN Radio. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with your point that they don't have to be the most balanced team, but defense wins championships. Miami won the championship because they had the best perimeter defense in the league. And the Showtime Lakers that you were speaking of had Michael Cooper, who was at that time probably the best perimeter defender in the league.
Remember, TJ, though, it is a cliche like in football. You got to have great defense to win in the NFL. No, you don't anymore. Got to have a great quarterback. The rules have changed. The NBA does not allow the hand check. You used to have a great defense to win in the NBA. Nobody can hand check. I mean, Michael Jordan kept his hand on your waist for 48 minutes. You don't have to be great defensively to win. San Antonio can play as good a defense as Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City beats them because they can put the ball in the basket. So don't fall into these, this team won that. You don't have to have a great defense or a running game to win a Super Bowl. The New York Giants were 32nd in the league last year running the football, won the Super Bowl. The Patriots were 31st in defense, got to a Super Bowl. One couldn't play defense, one couldn't run the football. Those are the two teams that end up in the Super Bowl because the rules changed. NBA did not have a hand check. You can't touch people like you used to. Now you can't flop. You got to be able to put the ball in the basket. It's what hurts Oklahoma City against Miami. If Durant or Westbrook are off, they got 5 guys who don't shoot. They got too many Serge Ibaka's, not enough Durants. Tim Legler's around the corner. Knicks are 5-0. Why? How? Lakers defense, how great does it have to be? Plus some good thoughts from Buster Olney on the Miami fire sale. When you're in charge of running your company's facility, you got to be at the top of your game every day. There's always about a million different things to do, and everybody's relying on you to take the lead. That's why Grainger offers over 900,000 products in 31 product categories. Safety and electrical products to hardware, hand tools, HVAC equipment, and more. Ready to ship when you need them. 99% of Grainger orders, this is cool, ship same day. That's great. Grainger, everything you need, one source, 900,000 products, 31 product categories, and 99% of orders ship the day you call. No waiting, no downtime. Grainger helps you run your facility more efficiently. Call your Grainger rep, click at Grainger.com, or stop by a branch today. Grainger, for the ones who get it done, for you guys in charge of running your company's facilities. Got to be at the top of your game. Tim Legler next.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
Time now to talk to O.C. Umenyiora. Tell us what happened against Cincinnati.
We got beat.
Why?
I don't know, man. I guess some people wanted an extra bye week, I guess. I don't know what happened out there. That was unfortunate.
O.C., are you concerned about the way this team is playing?
Yeah. Now's not really the time to be playing bad football the way we've been playing, so.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Attention, guy interested in buying my magician box. You know, the one where you saw the girl in half, but it turns out she's still in one piece, that I bought for my move to Vegas before I found out about Empire City Casino with its 5,300 slots, craps, roulette, and baccarat. Well, good news. The first buyer never showed up, so I still have the box and saws. You know how these flaky magicians are. I'm probably at Empire City Casino right now, but check out my Facebook page under Baccarat Barry. Thank you, and good luck with your magician career.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio, E60 profile quarterback Matthew Stafford. He hears the Lions roar and also his critics.
It was intimidating a little bit. Honestly, I've been on winning teams everywhere I'd ever been, and I just wanted to be a part of the change. I knew it wasn't going to happen overnight.
Plus, a father and son shared their experience of visiting all 32 NFL stadiums with wounded military veterans.
He told me it was the best day he's ever had since his injury and one of the best days of his life. For him to say something like that to me, it hit me right here.
When veterans return from war, they battle depression and post-traumatic stress. How some found peace in calming waters.
You look up and you see a guy with either no legs or one leg or missing an arm. It was just a thought in my mind of how I could help a couple of people.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
Steve Spurrier suggested Alabama could beat an NFL team.
Think Golick agrees?
You play in the college level, you play at the NFL level. You watch the college game closely, you watch the pro level closely. Is Steve Spurrier on base?
Nuts. Crazy. Out of his mind. To say that a college team, I don't care how great you are, could compete with an NFL team is a joke, is laughable, is an insult to even the worst NFL team out there.
Mike and Mike in the morning, ESPN Radio.
Sports news happens fast.
The Lakers' search for a new head coach is over, and the team has hired Mike D'Antoni to replace the fired Mike Brown.
An incredible fight ensued. The crew for Boyer pinned down Jeff Gordon on the ground.
And Texas A&M knocks off #1 Alabama,
when
29.
The latest scores, updates, or breaking news. Turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Will anonymous sources on the Jets tear the team apart from the inside?
But that's Tebow, that's Tebow, that's Tebow.
We ask 11-time Pro Bowler Rod Woodson via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 11:15 Eastern, 8:15 Pacific. In the Herd.
Tim Legler in studio. Good to have you, bud. You know, we were just talking. I was telling the audience that it's the Lakers are different. Like the Yankees don't need a great minor league farm system because they have the Twins and the Mariners and the A's as their farm system because they have gifts economically that no other stadium, no other franchise has. You know, people forget this. First of all, let's talk about D'Antoni. D'Antoni, and listen, he's not what you would call an elite defensive coach, but in this league, didn't we hate Eric Spoelstra until the final buzzer sounded? Wasn't he a bum?
He would. Listen, if LeBron James doesn't put on one of the 5 greatest performances I personally have ever seen in a big moment in Game 6 in Boston a year ago with that unbelievable performance, he'd lose that series. Eric Spoelstra might have been fired last summer. Instead, now he's got a ring. He's an elite coach. And I happen to really like Eric Spoelstra and think he is a brilliant basketball mind. I thought maybe the situation was a little big for him at first, but he's got a championship. My point is there's a fine line in this league between great coach looking for a job.
Let's go back to D'Antoni Phoenix teams. Is this Laker roster better than that Phoenix roster?
It definitely is. I mean, Nash isn't the player he was then, but he's still pretty darn good. If you look at his numbers last year, he's still an elite point guard. I mean, and even his shooting percentages. He just doesn't shoot as much as he used to. You've got Dwight Howard. You know, he had Amari back then. Different players, both dominant equally in their own way. You've got Kobe on this team. You never had anything close to Kobe on that team. And then you got Pau Gasol. And D'Antoni never had anything like Pau Gasol at that position either. So from a starting lineup standpoint, this team is better. Now, they don't have much of a bench, but I do think D'Antoni is the perfect guy for guys like Jody Meeks and Antoine Jameson. Now, if I'm Jody Meeks and I find out Mike D'Antoni's my coach, I go from not even playing on this team, and he was good in Philly last year, to new lease on life, man, going to the arena, and D'Antoni's coming in to coach.
You'll get in the rotation.
He'll find a role for shooters. He likes guys who can put the ball in the basket. He knows how to space the floor. He knows how to create balance offensively. It's more than just the pace with D'Antoni. It's spacing and balance and making sure guys are in the right place. He'll get the most out of this roster.
I said this last year, and I just got ripped. And in the end, sometimes in life, it takes a while to be proven right. When Shaq and Kobe got broken up in Los Angeles, I knew Kobe was the right guy, but Shaq won initially. But you knew Kobe cared more, better shape physically. 8 years later, I knew I'd be right in the argument. I just had to take it early.
Right.
Last year, I said this about the Knicks. If you go look at the Mavericks team that won a title, it very much felt like the Knicks. Now, the Dallas team was better, but it was a bunch of guys who could score, Tyson Chandler in the hole. In the end, when the Knicks are 5-0, as long as Melo passes the ball occasionally, this has been, to me, offensively, a very gifted team for 2 or 3 years.
Oh, they might have more guys that can make a shot than any team in the league.
Denver's similar, where Denver's got 7 guys who can score.
Knicks have 10. I mean, they have 10 guys that can make a shot for you. And with the way J.R. Smith is playing right now, you literally have 2 elite offensive players. Because J.R. Smith is an elite offensive player. He's been wildly streaky throughout his career.
A little bit of a knucklehead sometimes.
Little bit of a knucklehead, but this year he's been incredibly consistent. Now, it's only 5 games, and he'll have his rough patches, but he's career high across the board. You know, points, rebounds, assists, steals, shooting percentage, minutes, everything. And now you have another guy that can get his own shot and create. I love the guys they brought in because the mentality of guys like Jason Kidd and Brewer and Felton and Camby and Kurt Thomas,
the grinders,
Rasheed Wallace, they get that you have to get into people to win games and pay attention to detail on the defensive end of the floor. What they talk about now in the locker room is different than the last couple of years. Shots, minutes, touches, points. No, let's get some stops. We got enough offense to score. Here's how you win games. Last night, they held Orlando to 10 points in the fourth quarter. Could the Knicks have done that the last 2 or 3 years? No chance. They win a tough road game by shutting you down in the fourth. And last night, 5-0. I think they're legit. I've been very impressed with what I've seen out of that team.
So the Jets locker room is anonymously ripping players. Now, the NBA isn't as popular overall as the NFL, plus NFL locker rooms are much bigger, so there's more opportunity for players to talk. Have you ever been in a locker room where there was anonymous quotes in the paper? And if so, how do they play the next day at practice, the next game?
The only time I dealt with that as a player in my 10 years was when a coach talking about players, not players talking about each other. I think that's more prevalent now. And I think part of it is because there are so many more opportunities for people to seize your thoughts because you're putting it out there for public consumption on Twitter and things like that. You know, there's no filter sometimes. Hitting send is so quick. And I'm not you're talking about a situation where guys interviewed in the locker room, but the opportunity to disseminate the information is so much greater now. When I played, it was a little bit different, and things really did stay in the locker room, and that was such an unwritten rule that you just did not do that, and guys really adhered to that. Coaches threw guys under the bus sometimes, but not players.
It's amazing that and it becomes a culture. You wouldn't dare, I say this all the time, you wouldn't dare do this in New England. I mean, right. Belichick would just bench you.
Right.
But Rex Ryan has created an environment in which, I mean,
it's loose.
You've been in locker rooms give me your tightest and your loosest locker room.
Loosest locker room I ever played in was Dallas. The first year I was in Dallas, and we had, Quinn Buckner was the coach. It was a very disjointed atmosphere because there wasn't a lot of respect going back and forth, and especially from the players toward the coaching. So you had a situation where guys, we start off bad. You don't respect what you're being taught anyway. It got very loose.
So what you're saying right now is what it shows the lack of respect for the coaching staff.
There's no question about it.
Okay, right? So the Jet players don't respect the coaching staff.
Not enough. Absolutely. It's too loose. You have look, you just said it. You used the Patriots as an example. Do you ever see this kind of thing happen in San Antonio? It doesn't happen. And they win because it's a tighter ship. They respect the guy. They respect the rules. They respect the culture of the organization. There is no culture of the organization with the Jets. There's no history there. There's no winning there. And now you've got a guy that's made crazy statements since the day he got there. And at some point, that starts to fall apart a little bit. And I think you're seeing some of that now. They might have respected him at one point. When guys start to act up like this, I think you've lost some of that respect because it's a loose ship now. And it's like, hey, whatever goes, goes. And that's not how teams win in professional sports.
I can't wait to actually watch the Lakers with D'Antoni because I think, D'Antoni's one of those guys. You ever watch Bobby Flay, the cook?
Yeah, of course. I coached him in a celebrity all-star game in Vegas, at the all-star game.
Bobby Flay is one of those guys. It doesn't matter what your kitchen has in it. He'll find a grill.
Oh, yeah.
He'll add a pepper, and it'll taste good.
Absolutely.
That's what he does. D'Antoni's DNA is, give me players, I'll make them score. That's who he is.
They're going to be so difficult to guard about 6 weeks after D'Antoni gets there, and these guys get used to the pace a little bit more. Because Dwight Howard now is not in shape. I was watching him last night. He's walking up and down the court. He'll get in shape. D'Antoni will balance the floor and space it. He's going to create the equilibrium between Nash controlling the game and Kobe with his ISOs controlling the game and strike that balance. And this team eventually is going to be almost impossible to guard in the half court.
Good seeing you, Tim.
See you, Colin.
Tim Legler, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Plug Snapshot into your car, and your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. Good stuff today. Buster Olney had some great thoughts on what happened in Miami. Listen, I'm not necessarily blaming the fans. What I'm saying is Miami's not a good fit for Major League Baseball. It's just not. It's nothing to get. Like I said before, the Redskins, the Kansas City Chiefs, awful for a decade. Can't get a ticket. That's an easy sell. Miami's doing all the dog and pony shows. Nobody shows up. New stadium, fireworks, aquariums, Latino stars. Nobody shows up. That tells you it's just not a good fit. We know Tebow is an elite. What about the quarterback across town? It's the Herd. Hi, it's...
Anonymous Jets players and officials are speaking out negatively about Tim Tebow. Has Rex Ryan lost the Jets locker room again? Will it mean his job? Stephen A. and Rucco debated at 1 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seat you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on Ford Select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
You know, I've always found it interesting when the rich father hands his sons the business, how it works out. George Steinbrenner, Dr. Jerry Buss with the Lakers. Sometimes it works. But the one thing the kids of the rich dad don't have is that hunger, is that thirst, is that fear, is that desperation. It's funny about that whole thing. Proximity doesn't really guarantee greatness. It's about that relentless 24/7 drive. There is something about the rich dad, no matter if he passes on the DNA, there is something about him, a fight, a focus, a fear, whatever it is, an it quality that is almost impossible to replicate.
Mike and Mike discuss the possible end of the Andy Reid era in Philly.
For the Philadelphia Eagles, this has been an incredibly successful era. You know, Andy Reid has been down there a really long time. Andy Reid has been the coach of the Eagles longer than we've been doing this show. We've been together forever. And it's been one of those constants in the sport. And I think for all intents and purposes, it came to an end last night. They'll play out the rest of their season. And whatever happens will happen, whether Nick Foles becomes the quarterback or not, and whether they win a game or two here or there. But I think the only way that this thing was going to continue was if they put together a really big year. And their last chance of doing that was last night. And it didn't happen, and it didn't ever really look like it had any conceivable chance of happening. So I think in reality, Mike, the Andy Reid era in Philadelphia came to an end last night in New Orleans.
It's heading there. I'm certainly not going to say it's completely over at this point. If you look at it, they're one game out of the last spot.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
York. Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by AT&T. The speed of AT&T 4G LTE has you covered. Part of the nation's largest 4G network, AT&T. Rethink possible. The Jets circus is in full effect again, with more than a dozen players as well as members of the organization trashing Tim Tebow and the wide receiving corps to the Daily News today. One defensive starter actually saying of Tebow, quote, "He's terrible," end quote. Of course, that player did not decide to put his name to that remark. Jets also did release supposed sack master Aaron Maben yesterday. Multiple reports indicate Ben Roethlisberger will be out Sunday night when the Steelers host the Ravens. Byron Leftwich will get the start for Pittsburgh instead. The Knicks, the only remaining undefeated team, they improved to 5-0 last night. Knicks are off tonight at San Antonio tomorrow. Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and me today at 2:30. Nets are off tonight. They host the Celtics in Brooklyn tomorrow. The Marlins and Blue Jays have reportedly agreed to a multiplayer deal that will send Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, and Mark Burley, among others, to Toronto, with Miami getting a prospect-laden package.
To you by Black & Decker. Get the new Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. It's the world's first motion-activated screwdriver that controls variable speed and direction. For more information, go to blackanddecker.com/gyro.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNradio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Simulcast on ESPNU. If you've not heard, the Miami Marlins dumped $181 million of salary a year after the taxpayers paid for a stadium. As I said at the top of the show an hour ago, every league has a franchise that the sport probably wishes they could get rid of. The NFL, not in love with Jacksonville, tarping off the upper deck, very little passion. Major League Baseball's got Miami, the NHL's got Phoenix, and the NBA's got, take your pick, Sacramento, Charlotte, maybe Toronto. Pro leagues and pro owners get into relationships with new owners in new cities, and most of them work. One always doesn't. Don't we all have a relative we could do without? Doesn't every pro league have a team they could do without? Everybody's always sort of felt this way about Miami. It's an event city. It's not a sports city. It's a city with a beach. It's transient, brutal summer weather. But Major League Baseball gave about a $40 million interest-free loan. And let's be honest, rich guys, you know, the guys that just lost the election, are often greedy. They want to keep their money and build on their money. And Bud Selig, when he goes to the other owners and there's talk of expansion, the other owners, even though they have misgivings, always think, you know, there's that expansion fee. Did the NFL really need Jacksonville and Charlotte? Really? Did baseball really need the Marlins? Really? They'd been there 100 years without it. But rich guys like to get richer, and when it comes to expansion, there's a big expansion fee, and Major League Baseball goes to its owners, and all the rich guys say, yeah, why not? We don't need more. We need fewer pro sports teams. I don't need to name the cities. I don't want to offend anybody. We can all figure it out, but say it out loud. Transient city, brutal summer weather, lots of things to do. Does that scream St. Louis Cardinals? You know, Phoenix with the NHL, say it out loud. Transient city in the desert. Does that say ice to you? Come on. Buster Olney said, this fire sale confirms Major League Baseball's worst fears.
This absolutely confirms the worst fears that MLB had when the Marlins went down this road last winter, when they had this big, huge spending spree, and they made all these deals. And if you guys remember, the reason why Albert Pujols didn't seriously entertain their offers was because they weren't willing to give a no-trade clause. With all these players, they said, yeah, we really want you here, massive contracts, but we don't want to have any no-trade clauses. And the fear that MLB had at that time was, you know what, if it doesn't go well, we don't want to have another situation where they have a massive fire sale. Well, that's effectively what they've done. And, guys, this deal is not approved yet, okay? That's one thing really worth mentioning here. But if this deal goes down, then let's face it, the Miami market is essentially crushed for Major League Baseball going forward.
Listen, Miami built the smallest stadium in the sport. They didn't even have high standards. They knew they couldn't fill a regular-sized stadium. They knew it. Loria knew it. Everybody knew it. But they thought if it was the perfect storm, smaller stadium, retractable roof, Latino stars, get off to a good start, it could sell. None of it happened. Dan Le Batard on the future of baseball in Miami.
Even the figures that they gave you, which would be the worst figures in the history of new ballparks, even those were inflated. The team drew very poorly last year.
It's never been a perfect fit. I don't blame the fans. Okay, I don't blame the fans. You know, it's sort of like giving you a job that you can't accomplish. If I walk up to you and you don't have an engineering degree and I say, here's $150,000, you're an engineer. I understand you accepting it, but you're going to fail, and it's not really your fault. You're not qualified for it. Baseball went 100 years without Miami. Lots to do. Very transient, brutal summer weather. Say it out loud. It's never been a great fit. Ever. You can get in touch with us through 1-800-FLOWERS fan feedback. The story in New York, Jet teammates ripping Tim Tebow. If you haven't seen the story in the New York Daily News, more than a dozen Jet players and members of the Jets organization painted a sobering picture of Tim Tebow. Quote said one defensive starter, he's terrible. Left guard Matt Slauson, who's actually been one of the few Jets that support Sanchez, came out and said, it's not really close. We've got one quarterback here and one athlete. Listen, there's no reason for me to rail on Tebow. Backup quarterbacks are backup for a reason. Nick Foles at Philadelphia is considered one of the more talented ones. You saw him this weekend, eaten alive by the Cowboys. All you need to know about Tim Tebow is Denver, with the same receivers, backs, line, coordinator, and head coach, is number 2 in the league in offense. They were below 25th with Tebow. Peyton Manning against good teams like the Steelers, Atlanta, Houston, the Patriots, scoring 31, 37, 35, 34, 31, 36. Last year, Tebow got Kansas City, the Jets in a short week, Minnesota, Caleb Haney with the Bears, Buffalo, Kansas City. What did they score? 18, 10, 17, 16, 13, 23, 14, 3, 10. Just look at Denver's offense. Same guys, one of the 2 coordinators, same line, same receivers. They upgraded at one position, tight end. They're now one of the highest scoring teams in the league, number 2. They were last year one of the worst. Tebow didn't win. The defense and special teams had as much to do or more. So you can take shots all day. To me, it's a fundamental structural issue. Pete Carroll talked about this. After the Seahawks beat the Jets, he talked to Sanchez before the game, who he used to coach collegiately. And Sanchez is in a horrible spot, and Tebow should have never been a Jet.
It's just a distraction, and it's mixed signals that go out, you know, and that their fans are torn up. And if they didn't have a situation like this, they wouldn't be hooting and hollering probably the way they do at them, and so it wouldn't be as difficult. But that's just part of it, and so I do feel for Mark and anybody that would be in that situation. He was strong about it. I had a good visit with him before the game, and had a really good attitude about it and positive and all of that, and trying to make the most of it. But you know, it's really hard.
Really, really hard. It's all about structure. Rod Woodson, 11 Pro Bowls. I do think it's interesting, players in a locker room banging on Tebow. That tells me two things. One, they don't respect Rex Ryan. They're not doing that in New England. If you respect your head coach, you think Alabama players are leaking to the press? No, they fear Saban. In New England, they fear Bill Belichick. Nobody fears Rex Ryan. As Tim Legler just said, when you start yapping to the press, that means players don't respect the coach. That is a structural issue. The second thing here is one Jet player was quoted as saying, USC has better receivers than we do. That is not about Sanchez. That's not even about Tebow. That's about the structure of the organization. I want to have Rod Woodson give us stories on that. Plus, Phil Simms says Eli Manning's not elite. I like Phil Simms. I really do like Phil Simms. I think he's an excellent broadcaster, but I went and looked up the word elite today. Persons of the highest class. I got news for you. John, if I said to you what matters as a quarterback in the NFL, give me 4 categories. What are 4 categories that matter?
Winning playoff games.
Okay, let's winning playoff games. I agree with you. He's 8-3, 5-1 on the road, 2 Super Bowls, 2 MVPs. John, is that elite to you?
Yes.
Okay. So winning playoff games as a fan, you're a Cowboy fan, you die for it. So he's elite at that. What's something else that is really important?
I'd say clutch, 2-minute drill when you're down, that kind of stuff.
Clutch. All right, let me look that up. How John Elway made his career.
Anonymous teammates are ripping Tim Tebow. Looks like Rex Ryan has more to deal with than just a losing record. Get the latest with Michael Kay and Don LeGreca today at 3 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money. Which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click Bam Boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click Bam Boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com. The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Jimmy Johnson has hit the wall. Keselowski threads the needle as cars crash to the checkered flag.
With chase tensions at their peak, Brad Keselowski, the brash, fearless challenger, tries to hold off Jimmy Johnson, the five-time champ. One race to determine the championship and earn a spot in history. The Ford EcoBoost 400 at Homestead, Miami, Sunday at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Colin Cowherd's top 10 teams in the NFL. It's the Herd Hierarchy. Number 10.
I'm down on San Francisco more than other people.
Number 9.
I'm not sure I've had New England this low ever.
Number 8.
Seattle is 5-0 at home.
Number 7.
Green Bay's fun to watch. They depend far too much on Aaron Rodgers.
Number 6.
Atlanta lost. They still lack a toughness, though they're probably going to get home games in the playoffs.
Number 5.
I continue to like a Bears team, which hung tough with maybe the best team in the league, Houston.
Number 4.
Listen, this is what happens to the New York Giants. They win in October. They struggle in November.
Number 3.
Denver Broncos, they're destroying people. They can run the football. Peyton Manning's having an MVP season.
Number 2.
I think people are sleeping on Pittsburgh.
Number 1.
Give it to Houston. 8-1, first time in franchise history. 4-0 on the road.
Catch the Herd Hierarchy every Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. The Knicks remain the NBA's lone unbeaten. How far can this team rise? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco to talk about it at 2:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. The Knicks remain the NBA's lone unbeaten. How far can this team rise? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco to talk about it at 2:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
Get your hands in a Subway steak melt today like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt. We've been talking today about when a locker room, when a bunch of players yap. Like if you were a dad and you had a family of 7 or 8 kids, and somebody anonymously was ripping your family, one of the kids. And it was anonymous. Nobody knew who it was. It's not just that the kid's doing it, but it shows a disrespect to the parents. Because if you really respect your parents, you wouldn't badmouth the family. To me, it shows nobody respects Rex Ryan. You don't do that with Tomlin. You don't do